5 of Vampire the Masquerade, Coteries, New York. Your host, Revan, along with my co-host, QuasarNova,
QuasarNova,
just known as the Q.
The Q? Is that my new nickname?
You know what? It could be.
That's great. Sure. I was thinking QAnon because
No,
Q and
no,
N.
no. Nope, we're not doing that.
Damn it.
You know what? I think we get a little too carried away with recaps sometimes. So we'll give like a quick bullet point summary, or not a bullet point. I'll sum it up in 2 sentences.
We can give a quick understanding of who we met, what we kind of did, as a very
Lila met
Agathon.
Lila met Agathon, pissed him off.
That wasn't on purpose.
Let's not get into the details of that. She went on D'Angelo. She met a character named Valerie, and then she met up with. She tried to see who was tailing her, and we might find out more about them. And yeah, that was pretty much. Oh, and then she confronted her old boss. She did confront her old boss because he was trying to pin some financial crimes on her, and
completely scared the daylights out of him. Yeah,
pretty much. So without further ado, let's just get into it.
Yeah, why not? I mean, you told me, I think, a bit earlier that this could be the last potential stream of this run
game.
Through.
Yeah.
We could be near the end.
We could be.
We are near the end.
Either 1 or 2 more sessions, maybe 3, depending on how quickly we get through this. Okay.
I mean, usually we intend for our later sessions to be an hour long, but then we end up going to 3.5 hours.
Let's be honest, we're gonna stream for 10 hours today. I'm kidding.
We just knowing us, that's usually
our
what
habits
happens
and stuff. Yeah. All right. So we got Faith and Myth Part 2. You can meet with Benoit. You can confront the person watching you, talk to Hope, or talk to Tamika.
Okay, so I do want to complete Hope's storyline, and what's it called? D'Angelo told me I can't meet him for their 1 or 2 nights, right? And that was this night. So right. That's good for me, which means that I'm either gonna do Hope or do what's the other one? Somebody's Watching Me, Part 2.
Somebody's Watching Me, Part 2. Yes.
Okay, let's leave that until the next night. Let's go with Hope for now, because Hope is kind of cool. Okay. We don't have our awesome voice actors here, so I'll do my best to.
I will be doing all the narration here, so you can do all 100 of Hope's personalities.
Yeah, so many personalities, so little time. Let's go.
All right. So the quest is called Her Master's Voice. Kara wants to meet. Hope decides you should see her alone, with an ace up your sleeve. We didn't exactly meet her, but when helping out Hope last time, somebody tried to kill us, and it turns out that dude worked for Kara. Kara said that she did not order the guy to do that. Hope doesn't believe her, and Hope decides to...
Kara's minion tried to run us over with a Kara. I'm not upset. I'm not upset with that point. I am not.
That was awful. That was awful.
I do not care. Because that's exactly what happened.
She wasn't driving the car, though.
Well, I mean, he tried to crash into us, and we would have died.
Not Kara. So that's why I'm saying your
plan
was awful.
It wasn't Kara. It was Kara's minion.
All right.
It's some still pretty bad. Random dude. Yeah.
All right. Enough. Kara means shit in Arabic. Enough of these Kara
really?
puns. Kara,
oh my god.
Khara means shit in Arabic. Yeah, it's a curse word in Arabic.
Gosh.
So I thought you were going for that. I honestly thought you were going for that.
Let's not teach our viewers shit words, curse words.
Shit words. Well, okay.
Whoops.
Anyways, when you reach the cafe, you're welcomed by the familiar face of the waiter who first led you inside. You exchange looks and nods. He hides his vape pen in a back pocket. Hey, Swackling. Happy to have you tonight.
Squackling.
Squackling. See, I almost read as Squack King. Squack King.
Squack King.
He's the king of
that's
squacking.
cool.
He's squacking. Anyways. She's been expecting you. Something happened to her car, and she, hasn't exactly left her room ever since. He scratches his head, shrugs, and gestures at you to follow him. It's the same route as before. First, beyond the locked door at the end of the room with all the computers, then into an endless grey labyrinth. Finally, you reach a door that would look like any other to a random bystander. Of course, by now you know that Hope's Haven lies beyond it. I think I have not met a streamer that has said my name as intended. You know, I kind of... on one of my other accounts for, like, nerdy stuff, I kind of feel you. I've had a similar experience. I'm really sorry about that.
Honestly, in his defense, I'm just gonna say that he did choke on water prior to the stream beginning, so it could just be a mispronunciation due to that.
Could also be, yeah. I still have a bit of a cough from that.
Or you're just bad with the names.
I'm good at remembering names. I'm actually no. It's the opposite. I'm good at remembering people's faces. I'm bad at remembering their names, unless they're fictional characters.
I'm good with names, not with faces.
So you're the opposite.
Wait. I don't know. Let's move on. We'll figure it out.
The waiter bids you adieu with an exaggerated bow and starts walking back to the cafe. You enter the familiar room. This time, the lights are on inside. Hope is inside, walking around nervously, overseeing every screen in sight. When she spots you, she wastes no time on introductions. I'll read the usernames, and then you can read her lines. I am not okay at all.
Cara Montgomery. What do you know of her? Huh. Okay. I know.
Remember,
the name. No.
Don't overthink, overanalyze. If you have questions, ask me.
No, what does heard something mean? Did she actually hear something about Cara?
You heard. You could maybe you heard something. Headcanon. You just heard something. Maybe you heard it thrown around somewhere. You did work in fintech, so it could be. You heard something.
Okay, yeah, I'll do. I heard something because she is a business mogul or something, right?
Yeah, she is.
Yeah, cool. All right,
Okay.
Heard something.
I guess it doesn't matter because read this. I am not okay at all.
You could have seen her in listicles such as Top 5 Badass Women in Tech 2018, 12 CEOs who spark innovation through empathy, or 20 entrepreneurs with mysterious ties to Jeffrey Epstein.
I just want to give a reminder that Jeffrey Epstein did not kill himself.
Questionable. Very questionable.
You don't get to voice your answer. The question was just a minor courtesy. She has a monologue to deliver, and she won't allow any interruption. I am not okay at all.
20 years ago, she was a failed .com investor. Now she's CEO of Double Spiral, a brand management startup working at the crossroads of big data and influencer culture.
Give me 1 second. I gotta send a friend of mine who's been like, hey, give me a link to your streams when they begin. And I told him I'd shoot him a link. So let me do that real quick.
Actually did that way before we did this. That's why Squawkling's here. He's a friend of mine.
Yeah.
But I usually post our link on a couple of our common servers. Thanks for being here, by the way, Squawkling.
Smart. Okay.
Do I sound not okay at all when I speak like this in a very low tone? Very monotone, low tone? Or should I be more lethargic?
A bit more lethargic, honestly. Because her ad
right.
is, I am not okay at all. And you could also be talking kind of fast, because as the narration implied. So I would be something like, 20 years ago, she was a failed .com investor. Now, you're like, you know when some people are overwhelmed, and they talk super fast?
Oh, I was thinking of it more like she's depressed, which is why I was going with the low tone. But I could go with the more hyper, crazy, kind of just frantic tone.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I would imagine she's a bit frantic.
Cool. All right. Do you want to reread that line then?
No, it's fine. Honestly,
Cool.
it's totally cool. All right. The quotation marks are audible, dripping with venom. At I am not okay at all.
Long story short, she's spent some years convincing her Camarilla contacts, as in out-of-touch old farts, angry about smartphones, that Kindred can benefit from controlling the internet.
It's the same username, so just go ahead.
Yep. Her IT ghouls have done a lot of research on deepfakes, AI, and machine learning. Her goal is the ability to generate thousands of believably human online accounts. Basically an army of basically an army of posters that could brute force anything into the mainstream discourse. The elders took a while to get the concept, but eventually Kara got their blessing. Do you want me to drag our filthy vodka drinking Paki into our chat?
Go for it.
Cool. Just for everyone else's understanding of who that is, that's a friend of ours on our Discord,
friend of ours.
which it's a mutual friend of ours, and he's on our Discord. And again, if you're on our Discord, sometimes you'll have the opportunity to hear us live if you want to, or come just join us and talk to us. So I'm just gonna drag him in and mute him completely because all right, cool. And I'll unmute him afterwards.
There he is. Let me in. Yeah, let him in.
The thing is, she claims her tech is ready to be tested, but it needs one final component to work properly, and that's why.
She pauses. I am not okay at all.
She proposed a truce. Fuck her. Yeah, let's do that. I know for a fact that Hope hates her, and I am siding with Hope here.
You just want to blindly go with what Hope says?
Yes.
Okay.
Because last time I didn't with Aragon, I screwed that relationship up.
Aragon?
Completely.
Aragon. Agathon.
Agathon, whatever. I don't even know his name, okay? No one cares about that guy.
Kusar.
He's gone.
Okay, Kusar, no bat. Let's go.
Hey, says the what's it called? Fiend Tom Revan. Yeah. Let's go.
Mine.
You want to play this game?
Mine were actually words like Kausar is
Fiend
like a
Tom?
that's a word? I mean, okay, you'll have to tell me the definition.
It's not a word. It's not a word.
I think Kusa is a delicious. Thank you. And no bat is the name of a Pokemon. God.
What is Kosa? What the heck is Kosa? I've never heard of Kosa. Is that like a dish?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Whatever.
Anyways, so
someone Google it and figure it out what it is.
So do you wanna roleplay this as just blindly kissing up to the companion no matter what?
Well, no, not necessarily. I think that so
I know you missed up with Agathon. But hey, that's the consequence of role playing. Sometimes actions have consequences.
Yeah.
So if you're if you're gonna pick fuck her, just because you want to kiss up and you're afraid of, don't be afraid of mistakes. Whatever's gonna happen.
That's not why. She did try to kill us, so I'm gonna go with fuck her because she did try to kill us.
That is better reasoning.
Fuck her.
At Malk David Chapman. Malk is short for
Who
Malkavian.
The fudge?
You've never heard of
David Chapman?
Okay, hold up.
I am bad with celebrities, like so bad with celebrities.
So
this was like,
So David Chapman, God. So Mark David Chapman, he is a dude in jail who basically he's the one who killed John Lennon. You know who John Lennon is. Okay. Please tell me you know who John Lennon is. Yeah,
I know who John Lennon is. Relax, okay?
Okay.
I had to figure that out, otherwise people would bury me alive.
So Mark David Chapman is the guy who killed John Lennon. And this username, Malk David Chapman, is basically like a pun off of Mark David Chapman.
No, I got that one.
Yeah, you know, Khan, I think you have a point here. I think she's trying to save face.
You know what?
It's okay. Kids these days.
I totally know who John Lennon is. He's the painter guy, right? I'm joking. I'm totally joking. I swear I'm joking.
All right.
Relax.
All right, Malk David Chapman. Read.
Bro,
your name is literally the great. Your name really is the Great Khan. Okay, I'll just call you Genghis.
Totally
Fine,
joking.
I'll just call. I'm my bad. I'll call you Genghis, or should I call you Kublai?
We're completely going off topic today. This is like an
We're having a fight with our
rant.
Twitch chat.
That makes a lot of sense. Okay. Took
Alright,
the
go.
words right out of my mouth. But like, okay, wait. So this Mark David Chapman guy. So I should sound like a guy first of all, and
Not
secondly,
necessarily. Not
Okay,
necessarily.
fine. But, like,
It's more of tone.
is this took the words right out of my fucking mouth?
Sure,
Like that?
we can go with that.
Cool. But no matter how much I hate her guts, this is a blessing in disguise. Hear me out. She picked a public place in Manhattan, neutral ground where we can meet without fear that the other party might do something stupid and violate the masquerade. She wants to just talk. You will go there in my place and listen to her terms. We won't accept them, of course, especially not after she just tried to kill us. You will just steal her voice and walk away. Holy, yo, that con guy has it out for you, man. He's like, I'd let Revan violate my masquerade. That sounds like a pickup line right there.
That's
Just saying.
questionable. Questionable choices.
That steal her voice. What is that?
Oh, he's obviously referring to the Star Wars character Revan.
Sure, he is.
He wants to let Darth Revan, you know.
It's super lewd, squawkly.
Anyways,
All right, let's go with steal her voice because I have no idea what she means by that. Are we gonna like Ariel her, like from the Little Mermaid?
we'll see.
Okay. Steal her voice. What next? Will you trade her mermaid tail for legs? Oh, that makes sense. That makes a lot. That's a good reference.
Add context collapsed.
I don't even know what that's.
Context collapsed. So this line would be like, you would read this line with the tone of like snarky, like kind of impatient, like no
A
context.
Disney joke? Sweet. What's next? Will you hit me with a topical Harry Potter reference?
It's good.
I'm not trying to be obtuse here. Wait a second. Let me explain my plan.
At revenge plotter. Now be very cold, sneaky,
You see-
like you're about to, kill
You
someone.
see, there's only one way to even. Sorry. You see, there's only one way to even the odds. We have to hit Kara where it hurts. And she's only got one weak point. Double Spiral headquarters. Kara's the person there with access to every room. The security is something she came up with herself, voice-based, but using a different password phrase each time. That means just recording her is not enough if we want to get in. That's why I started selling illicit materials to people with access to advanced deepfake audio technology.
Do you see now what she means by stealing her voice?
Mm-hmm. Just record her and then use it as a deepfake. Create a deepfake.
Use deepfake technology to create,
Her voice, yeah, after you get a sample.
Yep.
I've got it right in this room, and now all I need is a sample base that will allow me to manufacture a bot that talks like her. To monitor data, I need to stay behind. Still, I think the plan is pretty simple. You talk to her while wearing a wire, I process the recordings here to steal her voice, and voila, she's wide open. Then, we invade the double spiral and destroy it from within. The evil is defeated. I become part of your crew, happy ending for everybody. How does that sound to you? Sounds fun. No, she even talked to me. That sounds like a more of a... She wanted to talk to you. Why would she talk to me?
At revenge
Yes.
plotter.
Yes, she's too stuck up to talk to a total rando, but given the opportunity to get Sophie Langley's right hand on her side, she won't let it pass her by. And even if you weren't a minor celebrity in the city, I'm sure a connection would have been enough to hear you out.
Hope shakes her head and claps her hands. When she speaks up, she sounds different, more spaced out, stuttering. This should give you a clue on how to do the next voice.
Khan's just like channel your inner grammar Nazi, and I'm just like, he should have been here for the last stream where we were discussing contemplate versus admire.
Yeah, let's not do that again. At antisocial engineering. And if you...
How would this be?
It's literally the last narration says it. When she speaks up, she sounds different, more spaced out, stuttering.
Alright. let me fix you up with hardware.
She hands you a minuscule earpiece and starts attaching a small decorative pin to your clothes, along with some masked wiring.
It's a directional microphone. I can clear up the audio later, but keep it pointed directly at Kara as much as possible. Alright?
You put on the earpiece she gave you. It fits snugly deep inside your right ear.
1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2.
The hardware works flawlessly and the audio quality seems great. You give Hope an affirmative sign with your head. At Revenge Plotter.
Beautiful. Kara designated the meeting place as the vessel. You've heard about that place, right? It's right by the eastern end of the Lincoln Tunnel. A giant pile of staircases, basically impossible to miss. Manhattan's answer to the Eiffel Tower, or a gaudy monument to being only ever so slightly free, depending on who you ask. I'd drive you there, but my car is still in the shop and I don't want to risk being spotted by Kara's people, and I need to process the voice data from here. Which means I have a perfectly acceptable number of excuses for not letting myself get anywhere close to that demonical hag.
You involuntarily roll your eyes a little bit. Hope sits in front of her screens, pretending not to have noticed.
So, should we get the show on the road, or what? Ready whenever you are.
No sense lingering here. You get back to the street and find your car. Wrapping up the show as quickly as possible sounds like a good idea. Around 30 minutes later, you're in front of the vessel. Hope's description. A giant pile of staircases wasn't particularly helpful. From the distance, the building looks more like a giant honeycomb, designed to swarm with tourist bees. At least during the day, that is. At the moment, the place is closed to the general public. A few men who look vaguely threatening and out of place are making sure nobody unwanted gets in. However, you have no problem getting up the stairs. All it takes is an exchange of knowing glances with one of the guards. You are expected. A lone figure appears in your sight, staring down at the streets of Manhattan. I would...
How was her voice again?
Something like very kind of cold tech girl, like, city people often complain, kind of like that.
Okay, city people often complain about being no. Sounds too... It's supposed to be more formal, right? I think, for her voice?
Slightly formal, like she knows, Hope speaks in a more informal, like, kind of a valley girl thing. That's how I imagine her. Whereas Kara is like a bit of the opposite. She's into tech, like she can speak casually, but she has a little bit of a more formal tone.
More sophisticated. All right. Also, by the way, the image on her shirt reminds me of the Shinigami from
Death Note.
Yeah, Ryuk. It looks just like him, except for the face.
Might be a reference.
It might be. Yeah.
It might be an Easter egg. Yeah.
Oh shit! She does look like Kira because of the hair and the eyes. And her name is Kara.
Nope, there is nothing. I'm just gonna tell you right now. You're stretching. You're really stretching.
This is a Death Note reference.
It really isn't. I'm being serious here. Like, you're really stretching things. Don't.
All right, fine.
The shirt, it could be like a slight Easter egg, but other than that, like, yeah.
Okay, fine, whatever. City people often complain about being unable to see the starry skies, but I've always thought the real tragedy was how they're unable to appreciate the man-made sea of lights that surrounds them. You can teach people a lot of things, but you can't teach them to see, huh?
You recognize the face from Hope's phone. Finally, you meet Kara Montgomery in the flesh. She turns to you, puts on a wide smile, and shakes your hand with a firm grip.
A representative of Sophie Langley, now a representative of Hope. Not the way I developed my own career, but I gotta say, not many Neonites get around the way you do.
At contents under pressure. Read
Party
this one.
fucking har.
That's good. Hope speaks up in your ear for the first time, seething with contempt. Although Kara couldn't possibly have heard her, she immediately goes on to address her absence.
Can't say I expected... Oh, no, it's deeper. Can't say I expected her to actually arrive here with you or instead of you. On the other hand, I'm sure every single word I will say will be instantly relayed to her.
At Chinese Democrat.
Oh gosh. For the first time in forever, your empty blabbering will serve an actual useful cause. So, let me make sure we cut out everyone but the middleman for a while, okay?
She takes out her phone and taps the touchscreen. In a few seconds, the barely perceptible buzzing sound in your ear disappears completely.
She cut the bug.
You can't
Yay.
hear Hope anymore. It's probable she can't hear your voice right now either, which would mean she must be busy raging and cursing out everything in her sight at the moment.
Fucking hell, oh my god, what the fuck, why?
This obviously wasn't something she expected to happen. Could it be that Kara saw through your plan? You have to play it cool and see what happens next.
Knowing Hope, you've probably heard whatever scraps can be Googled about me with the pile of insults for good measure. Obviously, I know everything there's to be known about you as well, Layla. I don't believe we have a need for formal introductions, but first off, let me apologize for the discomfort of my former employee has caused you. I wasn't remotely aware of his plans, actions against Hope. I fully condemn them. I'm glad to see you unharmed, and of course, I applaud your swift disposal of the psycho. Langley chose you well.
Brief silence.
So, let me cut to the chase here, and present myself the best way I know how. Through my ideas, who do you think has a monopoly on reality?
Not much for small talk, is she? Who do you think has a monopoly on reality?
We do. Yeah, the vampires, because they are in the shadows. We do.
Kara raises her eyebrow.
Now that's a platitude if I ever heard one, unless you mean us, isn't the kindred. Monopoly is a bit much, but yes, we've been pretty adept in controlling the narrative regarding our existence throughout the ages. Too bad we've started slipping up recently. We are completely unprepared for the information era, and the existence of the Second Inquisition is a direct consequence of that. So many final deaths that could have been avoided. But unlike Hope, who decided to separate herself from this shit show and criticize from a safe distance without offering any solutions, I'm here to take matters into my own hands.
You signal to someone behind you. For a while, you've been watched by Kara's men who circle around the staircases, presumably her ghouls. One of them sets off downstairs.
Bolivia just had a military coup. Hundreds of new accounts posting about nothing but Bolivian politics in English set out to convince every random person online that the US wasn't to blame. Sloppy work, if you ask me. Now imagine this. A 70-year-old K-pop fan from Ohio writing an entire thread about how her relatives in La Paz are actually glad the president is gone. A film reviewer with a side interest in politics selling you a CIA-approved narrative about evil morals. An approachable fitness guy explaining the situation to you
Morales.
Oh, Morales.
That's the name
Sorry,
of the
evil Morales.
Bolivian president that got disposed of a couple of years ago.
Oh, I did not know that.
These are all actual events that have happened.
I see. An approachable fitness guy explaining the situation to you in simple terms, just like it is.
Animated voice, expressive gestures, and steady eye contact. She's taught herself how to project a good image, but isn't a natural yet. At times, it feels as if she is screaming at you to trust her.
It's not hard to emulate the masses. Reach out to one of those Eastern European troll farms and bang. A few hours later, you have a clone army that will instantly voice their support for any cause. You will spread your message, but you won't foster a new culture that serves your goals. Won't masquerade your messaging as independent thought. For that, you need personalities, not the masses. But the ability to emulate personalities, whole different ballgame. Not a craft, but an art. You need to understand your fabrication so deeply that you start to hate it and then learn to love it. And if you want to make a bunch of those personalities follow one agenda, you need a once-in-a-lifetime team to achieve that. A like-minded artistic collective, both ambitious and obedient. Does she want Hope to work for her? That's what it sounds like.
You'll see. Even though you can't hear Hope's voice in your ear right now, you could swear you hear her in Kara's speech. It's the same exact tone she was using when monologuing in the car. Oh, hey, Jeff. You finally joined
Jeffy.
us.
Glad to have you on the stream.
One of them must have been a huge influence on another. Or perhaps they used to be in a position where they both shaped each other's personas? Hard to say. Only one thing is for sure. And that is, Hope must be absolutely furious right now. Is it possible that Kara knew about her plot? Fingers crossed she doesn't.
The state is satisfied when an account that went unused for 5 years suddenly starts yelling imperialist propaganda into the void. The Asian corporations are too set in their ways. But imagine a fresh startup that enables the proliferation of ideas adjacent to the prince's plans for the future. Now imagine it getting into bed with the biggest corporations and agencies. So many unlives that could be improved or even saved from the raids of First Light. I have the infrastructure. I have the elder support. All I need now is a mastermind at the center of it all. Hope. Yeah, I already thought it was going to be Hope. Hope. Yes, Hope.
He looks down and takes in the scenery below for a while. Then she points at her t-shirt, the one piece of clothing that clashes with the rest of her outfit.
I was wondering why she was wearing that. You know, I'm a huge fan of punk. The leading idea of my company, Double Spiral, is to make everything I do a little bit punk. I'm all about clashing ideas. I'm all about disruption.
You blink a few times in a quick succession. Oh, God, you think to yourself, she's that kind of person. You saw a lot of them in your old life. Another deluded executive who thinks they're on a mission from higher powers, insufferable during meetings. Possibly did ayahuasca and can't... Ayahuasca?
Oh, ayahuasca. It's ayahuasca.
Is that
It's that drug.
It's a drug.
Yeah, it's like a lot of people go on these ayahuasca kind of trips where they go to some place
those
that
stupid
has
new age
tribe.
bullshit.
Yeah. But they go to an actual reserve and they go and they're like, oh, we want this thing, and then the community there is like, all right, sure, whatever, and they take it and they go completely tipsy, and there's a bunch of different shows that show these people misremembering or completely blacking out during that ayahuasca binge.
It sounds like the tribes are making a decent amount of money off these dumbass rich people, and they're like, all right, cool, we'll just feed them a bunch of fancy,
it's
dancy,
appropriation,
feel-good bullshit, and
but at least they make money out of it.
At least they're making money.
At least the people, at least they're making money out of it, because these people are idiots who just come in and they're like, I want to try some of this super intense drug that you guys only use for rituals.
Possibly did ayahuasca and can't shut up about it. Always desperate to come off as cool. You collect yourself and escape from memory lane. Kara started talking about Hope, so you'd better listen.
To me, Hope is as punk as it gets. A free spirit, fiercely independent, and an external conotarian at odds.
Eternal.
An eternal conotarian.
Contrarian.
Contrary. God damn it, that word. An eternal contrarian at odds with everything and everyone, developing her talents just because she finds it joyful. But God, does this girl need guidance. Not putting her talents to better use, rotting away, posting and inane bullshit all the time. What a waste. I have built an environment specifically to develop her talents and let her become indispensable to our society. But she rejects it because of some idiotic hang-ups. I don't expect you to change your mind about me just because I kept yapping and yapping. I just hope you'll keep my perspective in mind and serve as the voice of reason Hope really needs right now.
Also, Jeff, I wouldn't be surprised if she got the shirt from Hot Topic.
Now that I've had my say, how about we put our girl back on?
He taps on her phone again. A quiet buzz reappears in your right ear.
You're bluffing, Takara. This is a better safe than sorry kind of thing, isn't it? There's no one listening in. Maybe you're right. Maybe not.
At VPN Samurai.
She's 100 years too early to even think of accessing my comms. She's bullshitting you. Don't sell her anything but bullshit in return.
Look who's back.
Don't worry. She should have heard everything. I just wanted to spare you the annoying commentary track while I introduce myself. Excuse me for a second.
One of Kara's guards approaches to show her something on his phone. Hope uses the distraction to get you up to speed with how things are on her side. At Hate America KKK a beat.
Shit. Yeah, for a second there, I was about to rage that the hag has gotten the better of us. But hey, go figure, she just wanted to take a piss on my Cheerios. The plan worked. I have a lot of data from her monologuing and private resources, but the more we gather, the better.
Private sources.
Sorry. Private sources, but the more we gather, the better. Gather. Oh my god. This display here has some more K letters that could be useful.
Read that last line again.
This display here says some more K letters that could be useful. Crap.
And keep that in mind.
Oh my god, wait, what? What do you mean by this display? Like the America KKK thing?
Quasar, read the last line carefully to yourself.
Okay, this display here says some more K letters.
What is she saying in this? What is Hope saying in this line?
Could be useful.
So what Hope is saying is she's gathering data from Kara's talking, and some more K letters could be useful. So just keep that in mind.
I see. Okay. But what does it mean by this display? Oh, this display is on the show. Okay.
Read the next. Literally read the next line. It's gonna explain everything.
Fudge, I forgot the voice I did for this.
Valley girl. Super Valley girl.
So, don't beat yourself up about it if you fail, but if you get her to repeat something with K in it, that might improve our deep... Fudge, let me read that again. So, don't beat up yourself about it if you fail, but you get her to repeat something with K in it, that might improve our deepfake voice.
There you go.
Why? I always struggle with Hope. Oh my god, she's...
Sounds like you're not very hopeful.
I'm not very hopeful. I'm actually I'm the opposite. And it makes sense why I can't do her voice properly.
You're probably a Kara in real life, that's why.
I am... okay, fine. You have somewhat of a point, but let's move on.
Looks like Kara's done talking to the guard.
Sorry about that. Looks like I've gotten to attend a sudden meeting with a Google representative shortly.
Hope snorts.
Not bragging, though. By the way, does anyone but Hope know about this little rendezvous? Your patron, any other companion, or maybe the Nosferatu?
See ya, Khan. Thanks for dropping by. And hey,
thanks.
Kitsune.
Kitsune is back. Nobody. Because actually, technically nobody knows.
Quasar, should I be helping you here with your choices?
Yeah, I think you should. I think you should, especially because, okay, wait, hold up. Why did she specifically mention Nosferatu?
I want you to think, okay, you know what? I'm going to provide you a little bit of help, and if you can't figure this out, then you're beyond help. All right. What did Hope say? What did Hope say here? Read that last bit of line. It
says some more kindred letters. Key letters could be useful.
Okay. Now why would there be
Would I say nobody if I didn't want to be trapped by her? That's true. Other people should know about this, right?
Quasar, do I have to spell it out for you?
Yes. I'm sorry. My brain's not working.
Yeah, you know what? Let me give you all of my brain cells. Hope literally said make her repeat words that have K in the sound. One of the options is the Nosferatu, and Kara's asking you, does anybody know you're here? Do you know a Nosferatu whose name starts with K? You do.
I do? It's not
Kaiser?
D'Angelo.
Kaiser?
Oh yeah,
Kaiser?
Kaiser! Oh yeah! Oh yeah, okay, wait, hold up. So, by her saying, like, you need to make her say more K words, as in, like, because of the deep fake, you need to get her
You're
to say just samples of more Ks.
literally, you're here, and this is all I'm gonna say. You're literally here with Kara to bullshit her. You can give her whatever bullshit answers. You're just here to collect data.
True.
Or if you want, you could cooperate with Kara and betray Hope. It's up to you.
That's kind of... You're right. That to be betraying Hope. But
if you want to,
she has a point of like Hope actually doing something productive.
All right, so like, then it's up to you if you want to help. If you want to help out Hope, or if you want to help out Kara, go.
You know what? For this playthrough, since I mean I'm on the Hope route, might as well go with Hope. But as Quasar, not as Layla, as Quasar, I would have gone with Kara. I would have totally gone with Kara. All right, let's go with the Nosferatu.
Interesting choice. Yeah, you just metagamed it. So all I'm saying is be very careful. I'm going to try to point out certain things if you might be missing, but this time I explicitly spelled it out for you. I'm going to try not to do that. So just,
Okay, fine. I'm sorry. That was... I
whoosh.
I didn't see it. It was just... Yeah, it was an r/whoosh completely.
All right, so which dialogue choice?
Nosferatu. Let's go. So, what if it's a Nosferatu?
Kara's face takes on a hard expression. When she starts talking, she takes great pains not to say too much.
Oh, advice, kid. Kaiser's not in the business to be kind to strangers. Kaiser's only got Kaiser's interests in mind and nothing else. Quasar, you owe your co-host a drink or something. Oh god. Maybe later. Maybe I'll help him out with the next game, okay? Because the next game is he's gonna be the one that's playing, and I'm gonna be the one that's.
What if I don't? What if it turns out I don't require your help, and I'm like, haha! I figured out the puzzle.
You know what? We'll see about that. You might not, but we'll see about that when it gets there.
Okay.
K. See, a lot of Ks. Anyways.
Get it, K. All right.
You might not let it show, but he's always in the kill or be killed mindset. If you're doing business with them, keep that in mind at all times.
Hope lets out a quiet, triumphant howl.
Well, no wait, this is the Valley Girl accent. Can I change this a little bit to make it more like?
You can do Valley. You can Southern. Literally do the Valley Girl and a happy Valley Girl. That's possible.
Gosh. Well, the screen tells. No, I don't even know how to do a happy Valley Girl.
Well, the screen tells me this shit, like something like that. It's about pitch.
Why don't you do it? Why don't you do it this time?
No, I'm sorry. Yeah. I don't. After puberty, made my vocal cords very heavy. I can't.
Wow.
This is on you.
The screen tells me this should be the K we need. Good job.
That sounded more like a Quasar than a Valley Girl, but you know what? We'll take it. We'll take it.
I do not remember this voice at all.
Kara decides to change the subject.
Anyway, no offense, but since Hope's not here, I really have to rush. Honestly, I feel a little insulted that she set up this meeting and didn't even bother to show up.
Insulted and suspicious. Her tone of voice betrays her. She might have some good instincts. Too bad she didn't trust them here.
Still, out of respect for Langley, I decided to have this talk with you to explain why I'm an asset to Camarilla and to explain why the elders need Hope by my side.
Investigate double spiral now. I would see this as like a frantic or like an impatient Hope voice.
What the worm-brain hag here forgot to mention that this is the elders who don't give a shit about me. Even if you don't see it my way now, I believe I have sown some seeds here that might sprout in the near future. Double Spiral looks out for people who look out for it, is all I'm saying. But before I leave, there's only one thing I really wish I knew. Back when I knew her, she was a different person, or different people, depending on how you look at it. Why does she fight against me so much? What's her motivation to resist so much?
What's her motivation? Good question. She's never shared it with you. At VVVVVVVVVVVVV.
What is this supposed to be? Like someone who's very fast, or someone who's just very like
spamming? Think of a spammer who's spamming one letter in a chat room. How would you imagine them talking at that moment?
Answer whatever you want, and you better lie with your teeth. And
not that fast.
Get her to say
no. It wouldn't be that fast. It would be more kind of impatient, frantic, but not fast. Like you can still
answer
understand.
Whatever you want, but you better lie through your teeth and get her to say V a few times if you can. It might prove a few shortcomings to our deepfake software.
There you go.
Of our deepfake software. Yeah. Gritted teeth.
What's your answer?
Survival. Doesn't that make sense if I do survival? Or hold up, because I have to get her to say V, right? The word survival has like 2 V's.
You're paying attention. Yep. So which one?
Or wait, what did she say last? Can we go back to the log? Because like the love also technically works, but
she said, "Why does she fight against me so much? What's her motivation to resist so much?" That's what Kara asked, and Hope says, "You can answer whatever you want, lie, but basically get her to say V several times." So you
know what? I actually think if I say love, she might say love back, because sometimes it's like a love, and the person's like love. There's no way she loves me, or like she might, like kind of thing. But like they usually repeat it back. Is that me thinking too much about this? God,
if that's what you want, what you want, so you want to go with love?
Either love or survival. Because I would need her to say the V, like V's, right?
Okay.
Survival has 2 V's in it. But love makes her actually maybe use the word love in it.
There's no guarantee she's gonna say the word love back.
That's true. All right, survival. Let's go with survival then. Survival.
Kara snorts.
There's no V's.
Yep.
The
correct choice. The correct choice was option 2, payback, retribution. Because then Kara would have said payback, retribution. What do you mean? Like vengeance? She would have said V right there.
Oh,
all those words were synonyms for the word vengeance. What's done is done.
You know what? In D&D, my charisma is like super high, all right? In IRL, I have no idea what people are saying and what people would be saying, okay?
So what you're telling me is your wisdom stat is like negative? I kind of realized.
1. It's like a 1.
Oh my god.
It's like -4 modifier.
Oh god. Yikes.
Bear me. If she just wanted to keep pulling through, she'd have much better chance by my side. Pride or spite would be far more believable as an answer. She should have told me, you either don't know or don't trust me. Survival, V 2 times. Good attempt, at least.
V times 2.
V times 2. Good attempt, at least. Good attempt at saying that too, at least.
One of Kara's people erupts the theatrical cough. Kara gestures at him to calm down.
To go now. See you around, Layla.
She begins to walk down the stairs, surrounded by her guards. Once she's gone from before your eyes, Hope decides to summarize your mission. At Trad Cat Thought. Oh, Trad Catholic Thought. Traditional Catholic thought. So think of
love of Christ, like that.
That's actually, yeah, that's decent.
Okay. For the love of Christ, wish she could have kept her droning on for a little longer. Turns out T letters could have used some improvements as well. Not complaining though, you did good, and don't worry, the data I have should be more than enough to generate a convincing deepfake. I just need to put some more work. Put in some more work. So I guess I will get So I guess I will get to that right away. Enjoy the rest of your night. Drop by my hardware at your haven. Drop what? Drop
my hardware.
Drop my crap.
Slowly.
I have dyslexia, I swear. Drop my hardware at your haven when you get the chance. Yeah, I have dyslexia or some shit. I don't know what's wrong with me. I'll let you know when we're ready to hit Kara's base of operations. Pray for my success, sweetie, and I might be done soon, maybe even tomorrow. And once we're done with her, we'll talk about how I can repay your generosity. Amen.
The connection drops. Looks like that's all for now. You gaze at the sea of lights around you for the last time, and then start making your way back to street level.
Holy shit, that was too much speech. I need to talk to a guy now so that you can do most of the voice acting. Whew.
Okay, so we could finish up Kara's thing. There's D'Angelo.
Mm-hmm.
We could talk to Benoit, confront the person watching you, or talk to Tamika.
Okay, so D'Angelo told me to wait for a night or two, so I'm gonna do that. I'm not gonna go with him right now.
I mean, he's not going anywhere.
That's true.
Like, you don't have to take him too literally. He's gonna be there. You could go talk.
Okay.
The option is there. You could talk to him right now, or we could talk to
I
Benoit.
I want to figure out who's stalking me first.
So this one,
So
somebody's watching me.
Yeah, I still don't know who's there. Who's doing what?
Cool.
Yet.
Somebody's watching me part 2. Last time, you failed to resolve the situation with your stalker. You have to get a handle on that one way or another. Walking down the street near your haven, you suddenly spot a young, dish-leveled woman leaning against a wall. She looks you straight in the eye and disappears into an alley. Haha, they put the word is twice. She is your stalker. You're certain of it. You take a few running steps to catch up with her, determined to find out what this is all about. Ducking into the alley, you come upon a grisly scene.
Kitsune Fire is just like she wants to do it all despite being warned that it's impossible. Okay, the reason why she has a point here is because I do that in D&D as well.
I was literally about to say, maybe based on what you described of Kitsune last time, how she DMs, maybe you kind of deserve a harsh DM like her, who kind of...
She's not harsh. She's not harsh. She's fair. She's not harsh. She's fair.
Kitsune,
that's what
do
I
you
would
enjoy
say.
torturing your... You literally said she has something called knives, in which she's like, tell me your character's vulnerabilities and their worst fears.
Yeah, exactly. Not harsh but fair. That's right, Squawkling. You heard it here first.
He said, okay. So it sounds like he disagrees, slightly disagrees with you. An old man, a pensioner really, lies broken on the ground. Telltale puncture marks on his neck. 3 vampires stand above the corpse, licking their lips. All were embraced young, 2 men and a woman. Black hoodies, bicycle chain, a facial tattoo. You've never seen them before, and you assume you know why. They are anarchs.
Shit. Hey, this is the Camarilla bitch, just as promised.
I like beating up these privileged little shits. You walked into the simplest ambush in the world. The woman you saw briefly at the mouth of the alley is nowhere in sight. Perhaps that shouldn't be surprising, given her obvious powers of invisibility.
Let's calm down, because it's a 3v1. I don't want to fight them. Yeah. Whoa, let's calm down there. There's no need for violence.
The anarchs come closer, crowding you menacingly.
Shit. Oh yeah? What if I like a bit of violence? This is Camarilla territory. Yep. This is Camarilla territory. No matter how tough you are, you do not want to cause trouble here.
The Anarchs look at each other uncertainly. They're clearly mindful of Camarilla power. One of them whispers to the others.
Maybe this is a bad idea. Callahan said we've got to be careful around the Ivories.
The other Anarchs glance at you nervously. You try to look authoritative and unconcerned, as if you know the Camarilla. You try to look authoritative and unconcerned, as if you know the Camarilla have your back. Maybe it does. It's hard to figure out what the different shadow organizations really mean, but the Camarilla has power. That much is clear.
That's why I picked this. Next time we see you, you're fucked.
The Anarchs walk past you onto the street, shoving you around a little. Once they're gone, you take stock of the situation. There's a corpse on the ground. Your mystery stalker doesn't seem to mind if you get hurt. You're about to leave, but your conscience doesn't let you. Better preserve the masquerade. You kneel to lick the dead man's wounds closed before you leave the alley. Okay.
Okay.
Next.
Huh. That was weird. Alright, do you want to give Hope another chance? Because I fucked up last time with all of her voices.
You want to finish Hope's thing?
I want to finish Hope's thing and get her as a full, like, for sure, an ally. Yeah.
Double Spiral. You and Hope set out to destroy Cara Montgomery's company from the within.
From the within.
Hope's poorly scribbled message reaches you in your haven. Within an unmarked envelope, you find a barely legible address you're supposed to reach, and the hour you're expected to arrive there. This is it then, the night of the final showdown. You check the clock. There's way more than enough time to comfortably reach your destination, but you decide to take a drive earlier, just in case. The ride is uneventful, but becomes more and more tense as it goes on. The gravity of the situation starts getting to you. You're about to set out on an operation against a key New York City figure, well connected with both human and vampire elites. What if her security overwhelms you? How will the Council react to your raid? You can only trust that Hope has thought it all through. She doesn't seem like the type who'd attempt a suicidal mission. Which isn't something you typically say about a person who regularly inflicts violence on herself in front of the camera.
Yeah, that girl cuts herself up, literally.
When you arrive at your destination, you find yourself in front of a building with a double spiral logo on it. This must be Montgomery's headquarters, then. You look around the street and notice an obnoxiously lavender Mazda car parked nearby. Even though you've never seen it before, you might have an idea who it belongs to. Hey, Bumblebee! Thanks for joining us.
Hello. We did it. This might be like our last or second to last stream for VTM for this playthrough at least. Before we either play it again and or go to a different game, we'll discuss it.
You park your.
We even have. Oh, actually, just saying for anyone who's watching and anyone who will watch it later, we have a suggestion box in our main screen on the About section. If you think there's a game we should play, for sure, just like type it in there, and we will see if we can get it and play it on live. And obviously, we'll have to like worry about the, sound or whatever like policies there are for Twitch. But if you do have an idea and want to suggest something for us, please put it in the suggestion box. We will definitely read it.
Mm-hmm.
Continue.
You park your own car at a distance from the double spiral building and approach the Mazda. A familiar figure is behind the wheel holding a smartphone in her hand. You knock on the window. She opens the window without turning her eyes from the device. At Romance Apocalypse.
Crap. 1 sec. Cool.
We can
Sorry,
fix it
I had to.
We can fix it after the stream, honestly.
Yeah, exactly. I didn't realize the suggestion box wasn't configured properly. I'll fix it today, and then you guys can suggest it whenever you want to. Cool. Romance apocalypse. What would that sound like?
Elegant, classy, romantic, kind of Toreador-ish. A figure
Wow,
Toreador.
you're here. You're early.
Yeah.
What are you writing? What are you writing there? My last will and testament.
He lets a dead silence linger in the air for 10 seconds. Then she stops typing, diverts her eyes from the screen, and gives you a melancholic stare. And winks. Please say psych.
Psych.
God damn it.
Come on, what's with that face? I suffer from too much FOMO to let myself die. I've got accounts to run, notifications to check. Plus, no way in hell I'd allow Montgomery to the satisfaction of a draw. We're going there to secure a flawless victory. No time to wait. Let's go.
He gets out of the car and motions you to walk with her. Back to @Romance Apocalypse.
Anyway, glad you managed to make a sense of my ugly scribbles. I totally forgot how exhausting it is to write my stuff off by hand. Still, not as exhausting as having to deliver messages personally to someone's door. Next time you meet Langley, ask her to get you a flip phone or something, okay?
You reach the front of the building.
We're about to burn this shithole down to the ground. Plan. Because I don't know if there is a plan.
First one?
Yeah. I don't know anything about this. Hope, I wouldn't mind if you let me in on your plan this time.
@Death to Double Spiral.
Oh, Layla, baby. One would think that by now you'd know I'm a need-to-know basis kind of gal. But luckily, there's not much of a plan to talk about. You've done all the hard work during your meeting with Kara. You see, our job is easy. We need to get in, destroy the server containing all the Double Spiral research, and walk out. No spectacle, no dramatic showdowns. Now, I know exactly what you're going to say.
@Lila. So she's mocking Hope is like pretending to be Lila.
But wait, Hope, if this data is so priceless, shouldn't she have external backups? Is Kara a complete dunce? Exactly. Excellent question, my neonite friend. The answer is yes, she is a dunce. But aside from her numerous negative qualities, she also has a positive one. She's totally paranoid. She used to be a naive dumbass who wouldn't even cover up her laptop camera, but she lost trust in all external companies after a little cyber espionage incident. She's obsessed with not uploading her precious data anywhere online. Now she has only one physical backup, hidden deeper inside the headquarters. Nobody has an idea of where it might be, but I do. Normally, I'd never be able to reach the place. Double Spiral's like an underground base. The walls and doors are reinforced, both against the living and the dead. But the answer to this problem is simple. We only need Kara to lend us her voice so that we can override all security measures and get to the heart of the facility. What do you say, Kara? Will you help your girl out for old time's sake?
Hope quickly writes something down on her phone. A few seconds later, a nearly perfect imitation of Kara Montgomery's voice escapes her speaker.
You know it, IT. Let's bust this
No.
Oh, wait.
You know it. It's literally... So it's...
Oh, crap.
Hope took Kara's voice. Hope took Kara's voice. Yes, paranoia is a very positive trait for MLKvian. Kitsune. Good observation. So, basically, it's kind of like, imagine I recorded your voice and I made a machine and I'm making it say all sorts of outrageous things.
But like
you
saying
know
it weirdly.
Let's bust this, like... the capitalization that's meant to be an intonation and tone. Like, you know
Yeah.
it, let's bust this bitch open. Kind of like that.
I see. All right. Okay. I thought it was supposed to be like kind of like glitching, kind of like, you know,
Slightly
like one
glitching.
voice and then.
Yeah, that's what I mean by intonation and tone.
Okay. Cool. You know it. Let's butch this bit. Let's butch.
Butched? Let's butch. Let's butch this.
Oh my god! It's like my Freudian slip is like off the charts.
Your
today.
freed in slip. Your
Freed
slip
in
that got
slip.
freed in.
You know it.
I
Let's
too
bust this
like
bitch open.
I too like know of the father of psychoanalysis named Song Mundo Frieden. Yes.
Song. Oh gosh. You know what's funny? You said Mundo, and like there's a character in my D&D group called Raymundo.
There's a
That's
character in
immediately
League.
what I thought of.
There's a character in League of Legends, a champion
Yeah.
named Mundo, Doctor Mundo, and
Oh.
yeah.
That's funny. All right, you know it. Let's bust this bitch open.
There you go. Wow, the sound quality is incredible, and the voice sounds only the tiniest bit off. Whatever she paid for that tech, it was worth it.
Oh shit! I forgot the voice for this. Oh, no. And if you're afraid of consequences from the Camarilla, don't be. I'm assuming full responsibility, and my ass is covered. I've got some favors to collect and to offer. Besides, Kara is a goddamn snake and everyone knows it. No important player will miss her influence, and they will only... Oh shit, I actually completely forgot the voice for Death Double Spiral. Because the thing is
You're
that
scheming.
with these voices...
Death Double Spiral, you're scheming. You're kind of
Besides, Kara's a goddamn snake and
There you go.
everyone knows it. No important player will miss her influence. They were only tolerating her in case she hit big with her tech. This is so difficult. It's all about to cash in abundance. Life's a
No.
bitch.
It's more like it's all about cash in abundance, like that.
It's all about cash in abundance. Life's a bitch and then you die.
Think of her voice from this machine like going in a roller coaster up and down.
Yeah, okay.
Some parts sound a tiny bit too robotic. Could there be a pattern here?
Hey, let's make it more robotic then. Instead of going up and down, let's make it more like...
No. Notice the letters that are
What?
capitalized. Which
It's all
letters
the
did you
T's.
not? Yeah, because you
Yeah,
didn't
it's the
catch
T's
the...
that she...
Yeah.
Exactly. Shit. Too bad she won't ever get the chance to succeed without further ado, shall we?
Hope starts marching toward the revolving door. You close your eyes, make an effort to sharpen your senses, and follow the Malkavian into the lobby of the double spiral building. There's a sole security guard at the entrance. He raises his voice to ask about your business, but is stopped short by Hope's commanding voice. At manipulative snake. Okay, Malkavians and Ventru, they specialize in domination. So Hope just dominated the security guard, and think of how she would speak with that username as she's using the power dominate.
No, we were expected.
You cut off like completely.
No need, we were expected.
Yeah. The man looks lost and disoriented for a moment, then the gears in his head slowly begin to turn, and he nods his head, silently opening a gate leading to the elevators. Hope heads into one of them and you follow. She presses a button and the car starts heading to the lowest floor. Eventually, the doors open. At Dungeon Master Guide PDF.
God. Shit.
We should have Kitsune
Dungeon Master Guide.
We should have Kitsune read this one, bro.
Yeah, Kitsune should go on the call just to read this.
So this one would be like, think of YouTube videos where a person's explaining a guide. Basically like
Welcome to Kara's Montgomery Deadly Dungeons, Layla.
Read it again. The voice was good, but
Welcome to Kara Montgomery's Deadly Dungeons, Layla.
There you go. What appear before your eyes are the dimly lit corridors of an IT office, empty and silent. The air is stiff and dusty, and there's a sharp, rotten stench in the air that you're unable to identify. The menacing atmosphere makes it hard to recognize at first, But this looks like an active workplace. It really is a dungeon, although a corporate one, where people are cheated of life. Less than a month ago, you were stuck in a similar workplace, blissfully unaware that you were headed for death. But your office kept up appearances, at least. At Riot Control Girl.
Let's just get to the first door and test my little car out.
You follow her until you reach the end of the corridor. There, you encounter an expensive-looking reinforced door with voice controls on the side. Hope pushes a button. Robotic voice comes out of the speaker. Semiotics.
Seriously? Come on!
Hope types the word into her phone and lets Virtual Kara repeat the password.
Semiotics?
A sound rings out reminiscent of cues that TV quiz shows use to let the contestant know he gave a wrong answer. Bzzz. Verification error. Please try again. You give Hope a nervous look. She bites her lip and presses the button again. Hyper real. Tap, 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 tap.
Hyper real.
Exclamation mark.
Hyper real.
It would be more like hyper real, kind of something like that.
But Kara's voice isn't like that.
But this is Hope controlling Kara's voice, remember? And she's
Hyper
making
real.
There you go. Hope knows that Kara's like very quiet and she's basically having fun with this. So she's going to be playing this voice in a very exact. She's trying to make Kara sound like a valley girl, basically, with this machine.
All right. Hyper real.
Access granted. The doors slowly open. You notice your companion is wearing a sour expression.
Looks like the tech isn't quite perfect. At least the password seems randomized, so we can try and brute force our way in. Unless the system's locked us out after a few failed attempts.
She shakes her head and turns to you, her lips attempting to approximate a sincere smile. At Captain ACAB.
Well, we can only hope that the data you've collected is enough. Into the beast maw we go.
He marches into the room and you walk in right after her. The doors lock behind you with a loud thud. It's a wide open office. It would be as murky as the corridor you just left if it wasn't for rows of monitors illuminating the space. A shadowy figure stares at every screen in the room. Kara's voice plays from Hope's speaker.
Behold, this is where the magic happens. A family of driven folks hungry for success, always talking the bull.
Taking.
Oh crap! Behold, this is where the magic happens. A family of driven folks hungry for success, always taking the bulls by the horns, building a high performance culture together.
None of the figures raise their heads. They're too busy programming, organizing spreadsheets, and typing in endless strings of text.
What's wrong with them? What's wrong with these guys?
At GetUp Startup.
Don't worry. They're likely just a bunch of ghouls and whatnot, hardworking, conditioned, tireless, low maintenance, kind of dumb, perfect workers. Probably won't leave their seats unless we make them, but let's not. We've got more important things to do, like destroying a few years' worth of their work.
The figures don't stop pounding away on their keyboards. In fact, they don't react to her words at all.
Alrighty, so do we go straight to the server room, or do you want to check out one of the side rooms first? Your call. I prefer to wrap things up here as fast as possible, but hey, little Kara is here to thank us to... Little Kara is here with us thanks to the data you've gathered. You betcha! If you think you can use your voice for something useful, hey, feel free to do it.
You look around and think how to respond.
What do you think I should do? In my situation, Revan, what would you do?
Me? I always like to explore
Would you-
things.
Yeah.
Every nook and cranny. I don't care if
Yeah.
she says hurry up.
I
I always
just
like to explore things. But if she wants to hurry
I
up,
want
it's
to
up
explore
to
things too.
you. Okay. So
I feel like Layla, like she's been gathering a lot of information from people, right?
okay.
I feel like she would also just be kind of curious as to like what else is going on here, and is there
I
something
feel
else we
like
can manipulate
if you
or
want to
exploit?
roleplay as Layla, I disagree. I think Layla would be
We'll
like,
just go.
we're in a tense situation. We literally broke into a high-tech like company's headquarters, and
Yeah.
like, and remember, you the first time you tried to get past that door, it didn't work immediately. You don't know what security safeguards, whatever there is.
That's true. There could be
So
something else that like
it's up
triggered
to
as soon
you.
as like.
So if you wanna, if you, I could see Lila going both ways. I'm just saying.
That's. I think I might. I understand we need to move, but
Okay.
I am curious, and curiosity will probably kill me. But
All right.
you know what? Let's go with it. Actually, let's try this door.
You approach a door with a huge sign saying "Staff Only." Next to it, you spot familiar voice controls. Hope nods at you and pushes the button. Vaudeville. Hope taps the screen of her phone a few times and puts the speaker next to the door's microphone.
Vaudeville.
Verification error. Access denied. You push the button again. Vaudeville.
Shit.
At Cardcaptor Socialist. Yes, I love Cardcaptor Sakura. One of my favorite magical girl animes.
How would you say this line then?
Think you've never watched Cardcaptor Sakura?
I have, but I don't know how I would mimic her voice.
Sakura is a very cutesy moe. She has a bit of a cutesy moe voice.
Looks like this one's like that kind, like a very high pitched voice.
Kind of, yeah.
Looks like this one doesn't have a
older
randomizer
Sakura.
built in.
Yeah, that's
Okay. All right. Won't do us any good just to keep trying. The capital wins once again. Let's move on, comrade.
good. For a
I
second,
screwed up with the V's. Damn it.
you wonder if there's anything you could have done to succeed here. Then, you shrug your shoulders and follow Hope out of the room.
I wonder what I could have done to succeed here. Maybe got the last part right.
Another depressing corridor, reeking of who knows what. You expect Hope to walk to the very end again, but this time, she stops halfway and starts mumbling under her breath. At Joy Sparker.
Wait, was it this door? Or don't tell me, she moved things around.
It looks like she's been here before. Not a surprise in itself, but she gives off an impression of a person who used to know the entire layout of the building very well. After brief reflection, Hope approaches a door a few feet away and pushes the button next to it. Apocalypse. Well, that's cheery.
Apocalypse. Apocalypse.
Access granted. You walk inside. At first glance, this office looks very similar to the last one you entered. Rows of screens and rows of listless silhouettes in front of them. However, Hope quickly spots a difference. At Quas28348539300122.
Target confirmed. Moving to data room.
There's a room with endless machines at the back of the open space. Hope walks in, takes out some hardware out of a bag she's carrying, and begins the process of removing the data.
Should have invested in SSDs, sis. Time to bust out my portable degausser.
She turns to you.
This will take a good minute. Got a few other tricks up my sleeve. If you find something that interests you, let me know.
Should you wait near her or take a look around?
Okay, because I was curious last time, I want to take a look around again. Like, this time maybe, because we didn't really spend that much time doing the door thing.
Sure.
I'll take a look around. Might find something interesting.
Add trad cath thought.
Have fun, dear. No, wait. How was this last voice? It was more.
She's kind of a think of a slutty
Have
Catholic girl.
fun. Have fun. Dear God in heaven, I know I will.
You start walking around. For a while, you notice nothing but errors that start popping up on the screens here and there. The ghouls try to fight against them, but quickly realize it's futile and surrender. Eventually, you find a door with voice controls. You call out to Hope. She pauses her work for a second and approaches you. At opening hours.
This door, huh? All right, let's give it a shot.
You press the button. Canoe and kayak. You watch over Kara's shoulder, or it should be Hope. I don't know why. The word should be Hope. You watch over Hope's shoulder as she types the password with an incredible speed into a homemade-looking app. Then, Kara's voice sounds out.
Canoe and kayak. Canoe and kayak.
Access granted.
All right, you know where to find me.
She gets back to her data as you start exploring. Well, not that there's much to explore. It's more like a closet. Inside, you find all sorts of bizarre items scattered around the shelves. Some old newspapers, a Windows 95 for Dummies book, a 4GB MP3 player, a hookah, biography of Amy Winehouse. Finally, you find a little box marked with a smiley face. When you open it, you're surprised to see something you recognize. A bunch of post-it notes with hand drawings depicting tattoo patterns that can be seen on Hope's body. You leave the closet and go back to the data room. There, you wordlessly pass the box to Hope. At first, she seems annoyed to be dragged away from work, but when she notices the post-it notes, her eyes become dinner plates. This is Hope. Her actual voice.
You found those in a closet? In that closet?
Valley Girl,
No?
Punk Valley Girl, that's Hope.
How was that again? It was like...
You found those in that you found those in that closet?
You found those in that closet? You
kind of
found those in that closet?
Yeah. You nod and look at her expectantly. She takes a deep sigh, closes the box, and puts it in her bag.
Kara and I have a history.
Kara and I have a history.
True. Kara and I have a history.
A pregnant pause.
Don't expect me to lay it all out here. It's not something I want to revisit anytime soon. But I'm very, very grateful you gave this box to me. You don't even know how much.
He tries to find the right words to express something, but after some brief consideration, just hand waves it away. At irony contaminated.
How is this voice supposed to be? Oh my god.
Alright, we'll bond, reminisce, and get high another time. Like that.
Alright, we'll bond,
not
reminisce,
high-pitched.
and get high.
Not high-pitched, just
alright, we'll bond, reminisce, and get high another time. Now we've got a job to finish.
She gets back to her hardware. You think she's completely absorbed in her work again, but then quickly notice she's doing her best to have her back facing you at all times. A while passes. Finally, you hear a triumphant yell. At Goatsy in the Shell. Do you know what Goatsy is?
I do not know what Goatsy is, but I know that in the Shell reference...
this is a serious it's a pun. It is a Ghost in the Shell reference, and it's also a reference. I highly recommend, and I'm being serious here, guys. Unless you want to be traumatized, do not Google the word Goatsy. Do not Google the word Goatsy. If you want to know what it is, it's literally an image of a guy, a naked dude, showing his ass, and he's stretching his butt out and showing the inside of his rectum.
Whoa. Okay. Let's not go that far.
And basically, Goatsy, back in the early 2000s, on 4chan and all these other websites, it was basically like back when shock sites were like very popular. Basically, people would they would link.
Thanks for that description.
I mean, see, there's a reason I gave the description.
I would never Google that.
No, you would, and there's a reason I gave the description, because once I explicitly describe it, that mysterious curiosity and magic is lost. Now people won't want to Google it. If you tell someone, hey, don't Google this, it's going to be traumatizing, people are going to Google it. So you might as well tell them, hey, this is exactly what disgusting, shocking thing it is. And then they're like, okay, well, shit, fuck, I won't Google it. Yeah, so people early in 2000s on 4chan and other message boards, they used to like troll people by posting, like, they'd be like, yo, click on this thing, like it's going to be this. And it's literally an image of that goatsy. So yeah, this is Ghost in a Shell plus that meme together. So go ahead.
And baby, looks like those boys are finally going to get a break.
You realize that the constant silent rhythm of mechanical keyboards has stopped. The workers are all idling, slumped over their desks, completely resigned to the fact that the Raison d'être... Raison d'être? Is that's how you say it?
Raison d'être.
Raison d'être like has the reason for whatever... For being, yes, I know what it means.
Yeah, raison d'être. It's
the
French.
Raison d'être has disappeared. Hope hurriedly collects her hardware and motions you to follow after her.
Technically not d'être, it's d'être. Whatever.
Whatever.
Alright, we're almost done. Now, we just need to take care of the backups, and we can get the hell away from here.
You take a last glance at the ghouls and follow her steps. Yet another corridor, hardly discernible from the previous ones. This is a giant underground complex. How much money has Montgomery spent on it? Hope looks around, frowning.
She's a billionaire.
Mumbling something... Not a billionaire, millionaire.
Okay, fine. She's Elon Musk. Well, no, is he a millionaire or billionaire?
Millionaire.
Whatever. She's someone like that. Continue.
Yeah. Hope looks around, frowning, mumbling something indecipherable. Eventually, she points in front of her. At 777777777.
Oh, there. That's where she must be keeping the backups.
It's a sturdy metal door unlike any other in this building. Right next to it, however, is a voice-based security system you know pretty well by now.
Please, not just no last-second surprises.
She hesitates to do it, but eventually she pushes the button. Eternal return. Hope dutifully types down the term on her phone.
Eternal return.
Access denied. Please try again. Hope hisses under her breath. This time, you push the button.
Shit.
Double spiral. Tap, tap, tap.
Double spiral.
You feel like time has frozen. For whatever reason, it takes longer than usual for the speaker to deliver the verdict. Access granted.
God. I was actually holding my breath, IRL.
What a relief. The metal doors grind loudly as they invite you in. This time, you walk in first and Hope follows. Wait a minute. You recognize this place.
What?
It shouldn't be here. But
what?
There are no two ways about it. This is Hope's haven.
What the
Same bed, same decorations, same ambience. It's all a lot more dusty. But
please tell me that Hope and Kara are not the same person. Please. Please.
Let's see what happens.
Fuck.
Add XOXOX, do not disturb XOXOX.
I have no idea. Do not disturb. Okay. The backups are in the back. I'll just get them.
She seems a little sheepish as she approaches the double spiral devices and unpacks her own hardware to take care of them. You take in your surroundings.
Shit, I don't know what the fuck to feel right now. So it's like that, huh? Just keep quiet. So it's like that, huh? So it's like that, huh? I understand everything now.
Hope sighs.
Doesn't take a genius to figure that out now.
He looks at you as if she was about to add something, then bites her tongue and gets back to destroying her rival's life. She makes it obvious she doesn't want to re-examine her past. You rest against the bed, quietly watching Hope's technological wizardry and wondering about her past relationship with Kara for who knows how long. Every second you spend here, you become more impatient to get out. Eventually, the devices surrounding the double spiral backup start disappearing into the bag they were taken out of. Looks like the process is nearing completion. You decide to approach the door before it does. However, before you even make a move, the doors begin to make a grinding noise. You freeze up, watching them open.
Shit.
Behind them stands the very person you were afraid would appear. That's the punk t-shirt you hoped you would avoid seeing tonight.
Wait, are these siblings? Jesus fucking Christ almighty.
Hope raises her head and their eyes meet. Both of their faces momentarily turn to stone. Oh no.
Oh!
You could pick out any emotion from their stares, and you'd probably be right. An unbearable tension fills the room as nobody wants to make the first move. Eventually, it's Hope who decides to break the stalemate by loudly pressing the enter button on her laptop, and immediately dropping it into her bag. You doubt it's anything more than a provocation, the Malkavian letting her opponent know she won. But it works. The noise makes Montgomery snap out of her stupor.
Stupor. You psycho! You fucking demented, vindictive psycho!
The air turns thick with murderous intent.
Hi?
Hope pretends she hasn't noticed. Kara's bloodthirst becomes palpable.
You were supposed to be on the other side of the city right now, at the meeting. I'm notified about every failed voice attempt. I'm notified about every failed voice authentication attempt. I got back here expecting to find some idiot still trying to make their way through the front.
She looks around.
But I never expected. Just how?
Hope reluctantly types something down on her phone.
I'm the CEO of Double Spiral, and I endorse wrecking my shit!
Kara grimaces at the sound of her own voice, and quickly connects the dots.
You fucking gremlin! How did you get your hands on that kind of tech? Even I...
At the new batch, 1990.
Company secret.
Hope's provoking her, no two ways about it. Kara knows it, so she's trying to keep it cool.
I built this paradise for you. For us!
At no hope left.
For yourself and nobody else. What happened to the Hope I used to know? She can't come to the phone right now. She's dead. I regret the day I let
you cut out.
You into my life. Oh, sorry. The stream was frozen for me for a second. Okay, it's back. Stop lying to yourself, Kara. You only regret the day you only regret the day you let me out of my life. What? You let me out of my life? How does that make any sense?
He's saying,
I don't understand English today.
She's saying, she's accusing Kara of regretting the day that, she let Hope free. Like, basically.
You'll see as a you let me out of my life. That's kind of weird.
She let Hope, she basically allowed Hope to leave Hope's previous life and take a new life. Basically,
that's true.
Allowing Hope to have more freedom, a different experience.
Yeah, and to be herself now. Okay.
Yep.
You shouldn't have let your mask slip, honey.
A snappish response almost escapes Kara's mouth, but she manages to stop herself before letting the discussion devolve into a childish spat.
Just tell me there's a copy of my data that you haven't ruined, and I'll let you out of here alive.
He gives you a hateful look.
Both of you.
Hope tilts her head and flashes an evil, ear-to-ear grin. At truthful MSM.
No, wait.
Mainstream
not a single
media.
bit of data. Yeah. Not a single bit of data remains. More than a decade of your work down the drain. Welcome to the worst night of your life since the .com crash, Miss Montgomery.
Kara looks as if a stake was just driven through her heart. She starts to collapse, sliding down against the door, like she was sinking deeper and deeper into her personal hell. Hope just stares at her torment, wearing an indecipherable expression, waiting for her rival to reach the floor. Then, she does, and there, at the lowest point of her life, she finds something unexpected.
I never, ever wanted to do this. This is not me.
Her voice sounds completely different.
But there's only one way out of this mess.
Think a person in those anime and stories where a person sounds normal, but they're actually a demon and their voice kind of sounds demonic. Do something like that.
If there's only one way out of this mess, I'm going to take it, and I'm going to get my data back.
Hope looks confused for a second, then an understanding dawns on her. This is Hope herself.
Valley girl.
Valley girl punk.
Come on, Kara. You wouldn't dare. You started this game. Now accept your loss. The game isn't over until all players are out of moves, honey. Baring your fangs now? There are two of us against one. Even if you commit the sin of
Diablerite. Ooh,
Even if you commit the
okay.
sin of Diablerai. What is Diablerai? What the hell is that?
Diablerization is the process where a vampire consumes the soul, the essence of another vampire.
Oh shit.
And when a vampire consumes the essence of another vampire, they get all of their powers and whatever knowledge they might have had.
Oh my god, how do you even do that? And also, vampires have souls?
Their essence, whatever powers, knowledge is like powers.
And how
memories.
do you do this? Like, how do you do that?
Basically, it involves drinking their blood completely dry and then like going even deeper. Like there's a mystical element to it, and it's a huge taboo. It's a huge taboo. A vampire killing another vampire by drinking them dry, that's one thing. But consuming another vampire's soul, their literal essence, their soul.
It's like one of the mortal sins for them.
It's a huge no-no. It's a huge taboo. Now, fun fact, my character in my VTM session actually successfully... So we were doing a blood hunt, and my character... So my character is a Banu Hakim. Banu Hakim, their clan bane and curse is that they tend to hunt whenever they have a sense of justice, and if they feel that a vampire has crossed certain lines, they go into a frenzy and they consume that other vampire. They diablerize vampires who they deemed have committed oppression, atrocities, and crimes against humanity and against vampires. So my character went into frenzy. I rolled 3 criticals, total complete success, and the NPC that I was diablerizing, he rolled a complete failure.
Oh no!
And let's put it this way: at the end of each session, we have a session once a week. At the end of each session, every one of us gets 1 XP.
Yeah.
Just from that diablerization, I got 35 XP. Basically, a full half a year's worth of experience just from that successful diablerization.
Per session? For 3 sessions?
Each session you get 1 XP. Just from that one action in that session, I got 35 XP right then and there.
Shit. That you lived his whole life, basically.
I basically got all of his powers. Everything.
That's
now,
insane.
if a diablerization is unsuccessful, the vampire you consumed, their consciousness can take over your body. If the diablerization is a failure. So diablerization is a taboo, and it's
Revan,
also critical.
Stop talking. You're giving my DM ideas, please.
Oh, Kitsune, I'm so glad you're taking notes.
No. You don't understand. You don't understand. Our next session is this Saturday, which is going to be in like 2 days from now. It's going to be a wedding session, and if you're giving her ideas for the session coming up, it's going to be a red wedding. Not pretty. Very not pretty.
I think the red wedding was a wonderful work of art, so keep going.
I'm terrified now. Thank you very much.
But yeah, that's what diablerization is basically.
The last time something like this happened to me, I was ready to die. I think I'll take my chances. It's not like I haven't dreamt about feeling my fangs inside of you for a long time. So, you want to give me this one victory? Prove once and for all that I was right? It was never about me, about all the stupid garbage in my head? A victory? Please. Victories are material. They're like your online... They're like your little online arguments.
They aren't.
Oh, crap. They aren't like your little online arguments.
So, it's, here, I'll write it out. It's actually spelled like this. But it's funny you spelled it that way. That's Revan. Revan is actually a very popular League of Legends character. And, she's basically... She's like swordswoman. And her whole kit, her whole character kit, is supposed to be based off fighting game combos. And she's... People who play this character master her, and these people are like terrifying raid boss monsters. So, Riven's a pretty cool character. That's all I'm saying.
She's serious about this, Layla. She wants to devour me as a whole. Sacrifice humanity in exchange for access to my soul and everything I know.
Oh yeah, and if it wasn't already obvious, Diablerization absolutely decreases your humanity permanently.
Yup. Stay away, Layla. You want money, data, domain privileges, a position at Double Spiral? Anything you want, you can get it if you just look the other way. Don't listen to this shit. The moment the prince finds out, it's final death for it.
And Kara runs, her moves resembling a beast more than human, immediately closing the distance to Hope. Then, she jumps at the Malkavian like a wild animal hunting her prey. That is Celerity. Celerity gives you super speed and super movement.
It's like presence, dominate, Celerity is like its own thing?
These are all disciplines. Each of these is a vampire discipline. Celerity is one of them.
Interesting.
Hope instinctively attempts to defend herself, but is immediately overwhelmed. Laying on the ground, she looks like a deer in the headlights. Kara, on the other hand, looks like a bear ready to maul its victim. If you want to react, you need to do it now.
Hell f***ing yeah. Fortitude, man. Do that shit. Go.
You push yourself to the limit and let your powers take over. You know she's dangerous, but so are you. You know you can endure her hits.
I can do this. I can fight her.
Can she endure yours? I don't think Lila would actually say that out loud. That sounds really cheesy.
No. I was kind of mimicking my my D&D character because she's this tiny like half-elf wizard.
Your D&D character's Tony Chopper?
No, she's this tiny like half-elf character who's like she thinks she can do a lot, but she's so freaking weak.
So like one of those wizards from Konosuba.
Yeah, I guess so. But she's not dumb. She's high intelligence, low wisdom, but high intelligence. Let's go.
Oh, so she's dumb. High intelligence just means you're like very well with books, but low wisdom, yeah, you're dumb. So your character.
You know what? Shut up. Let's move on. We're not talking about this anymore.
I was about to ask Kitsune if you're exaggerating and if you're telling the truth, but you pretty much answered my question.
Damn it.
As it turns out, yes. Your attempt to drag Kara away from Hope quickly turns into an exchange of wild, messy blows. The thing is, when she realizes you've tapped into your superhuman power, she responds by doing exactly the same thing, and since she's in beast mode, she's hitting faster and harder than you. Kara's in frenzy. This is a battle of attrition you probably can't win. You back away, deciding to pick a different approach. If you let your instincts take over, that's you go into a frenzy as well.
Fuck. You can calmly look around.
Oh, I mean,
Look around. Wait. Question, Revan. All right, hold up. Hold your horses there. Don't press that button. All right. Okay. What? Okay. If I let my frenzy take over, what does that mean? Do I like
when a vampire goes into frenzy? There's an object of their frenzy.
Okay.
And they will not stop frenzy until either they're dead, or immobilized, or until that object of the frenzy is taken care of.
And battle of attrition, you probably can't win. Meaning, as in, it's a battle of like
You
literally
can't fight
forces.
her. You can't fight her just by punching her brute force. You're not gonna win.
Okay, but going into a frenzy, maybe, unless I die or she dies.
Yeah.
And what's the penalty of killing the vampire, especially for self-defense?
Killing a vampire doesn't really matter. Consuming
cool.
their diablerization. Think of it as like you kill someone, and you kind of fuck.
And then
their
you
dead body.
cannibalize them, or you cannibalize them.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like
So
a very bad
killing
thing.
a person, it's already a bad thing, but you know.
Yeah.
But you kill
is
them
like
and then you
even
eat
worse.
their body.
Okay.
That's diablerization is basically that.
You know what? I'm gonna let my instincts take over and hear me out. The reason I'm doing this, which might be a totally bad idea because common look around came up twice, but anyways, letting my instincts take over because if I don't save Hope now, I might not have another chance to save her, and at the cost of like whatever, you know, with my humanity, I have to save her. And yeah, I'm gonna let my instincts take over.
Are you sure?
Yes. when you ask me questions like that, it makes me second guess myself. But I'm going to let my instincts take over.
Okay. You decide to let
Don't
your instincts
say
take
okay
over.
like that.
Before you know it, you're already at a full sprint. You run up to Kara, grab her, and start pulling her away from Hope. However, you're dealing with a beast here. Choosing to trust your instincts, you underestimated hers.
Shit, I knew it.
Before you realize what's happened, you find yourself smashed against the nearest wall.
She's probably gonna diabolize me.
Confused and in pain, you check your torso. Some bones feel broken. You still got lucky, and should be able to move around, but this will take some time to heal. Oh, the blood splatters, they just got very serious, if you notice the right side of the screen.
Yeah, really
Kara's already
fast.
focused on attacking Hope again. Just rushing in blindly won't help. You'll need a plan.
Yeah, so calmly looking around should
Wait.
have been a good idea.
There's no point to just rushing in blindly. Kara's like a feral animal right now. You don't wrestle with those. You use tools to overwhelm them. You look at Hope's bag. Could any of her devices help? No way in hell. Think harder. You look at the bed, the pillows, the canopy, hooks hanging down from the ceiling. Bingo. You grab one of the hooks and yank the chain. It's long enough for your idea to work.
Call it, bitch. Let's go.
You run up to Kara, who's about to maul Hope like a wild animal. Then, you stab her with all your strength.
Oh, never mind. That's another thing you could do.
The hook gets deep underneath her skin. Kara yells, but there's more surprise than pain in her voice. You quickly wrap the chain around her a few times. Then you step back and start pulling with all your strength. Kara's taken by surprise. Still not understanding what's going on, she loses her balance and gives her victim a chance to escape. Hope takes it. Still dazed, she takes a second to understand the situation. But when she does, she runs up to you and starts pulling the chain with you. You'd never handle her alone, but Hope displays surprising strength while pulling the chain. A minute later, she's hanging above the floor like a butcher's carcass. The end of the hook is stuck in her chest, and it's sinking deeper as she struggles. However, she's flailing so wildly, she might free herself before it puts her out of commission.
Wait, that didn't come up. The sound didn't come up. Okay, let me try that again. Oh, no. Hold up. Get this off me!
You use one hand to...
Honestly, the voice, the thing isn't picking it up. The mic isn't picking up that
Probably gotta get
yell
closer a
for
little
some
bit.
reason.
You can use one hand.
No, I
to
did. I'm
desperate-
like super close to the mic.
Or the mic thinks it's background noise and is filtering it out.
Probably, yeah.
You can use one hand. You use one hand to desperately search for something that can help you under the bed. Belts, handcuffs, a whip, a giant cattle prod.
Yo, the mic didn't pick it up, but my sister is like messaging me saying, what's it called, keep it down and stuff like that. So
Lol.
literally everyone heard. My neighbors probably think I'm being like, robbed or something or mugged, but like the mic didn't pick up anything.
You have no time to act bemusedly. You put it to her head and turn it on. The device must be modified. The power current is so powerful, it causes scarring almost immediately. She's getting weaker and weaker.
Oh, I can't do it. I can't do it.
It's fine. I think we got the point.
I'm sorry. The mic isn't picking it up at all.
It takes Kara a while to accept defeat, but eventually, she does. Her body seemingly lifeless, her head hanging down. She looks like a grotesque portrait of defeat. The hook must have reached her heart. It takes Hope a long time to collect herself. Eventually, she manages to speak up.
Is this at her? Oh, wait,
nope,
yeah, it
this
is.
is literally
Okay.
Hope, actual
No.
Hope. No personality.
Yeah, this is... Cool. Guess we've gotten up to this point, huh?
Oh, hey, Taha.
Hey, Taha, Tina. How goes it?
Just like Kara before, Hope starts to talk in a completely different way than she usually does. You have a bad feeling about this. Alright, read Hope's voice in a very sinister, demonic tone.
You wanted to add my data to yours?
More snarling.
You wanted to add my data to yours? You know I can grant your wish, except not the way you've imagined it.
Hope starts mumbling and circling around Kara. For the first time since you've met her, she acts like she doesn't have her phone in her hand. This violent aura. The Malkavian looks deeply into your eyes, and she knows you know what she's tempted to do. You silently beg for her not to do it. It doesn't feel right. She makes her decision. She smiles beatifically, and it feels purposefully fake.
Be my witness. I haven't harmed her. You left her here with me, and you have no idea what happened next.
Her voice is still changed from what you're used to. She's not having fun. She's driven by malice.
I've disabled security, so you're free to leave now. Call me whenever you need me. I'm a part of your coterie now, so I'll repay my debts or whatever.
You give her a suspicious glare. It doesn't faze her, though.
I've still got some unfinished business here.
He turns to Kara's listless body. A puppet is dangling sadly by a single thread.
It would be smart of you to leave.
Her tone makes it clear she's not willing to discuss anything. Your relationship is strictly professional. You sigh, shrug your shoulders, and head out the way you came from. The lights of New York welcome you above ground. See you soon, Hope. Hope you don't get into trouble. You try to celebrate the new addition to your coterie, but Kara's face appears before your eyes over and over again, making your victory bittersweet.
So she diablerized,
She literally
her,
ate
okay.
Kara. She killed Kara and then ate her
Holy
body completely,
crap.
consumed everything.
Oh my god. So wait, hold up. Was that, like, is there multiple endings per character, or is that, like, one ending for Hope, and that's the ending for Hope?
That's the ending. It's all pretty
That's the
linear.
ending, okay.
Mhm.
Alright, no, I just wanted to know if there was a way to save Kara, that's it.
This game is fairly linear. There is an illusion. There are some choices. Some things will happen differently, but they're very minor for the most part. All right, we're
Okay,
gonna rest now.
that took a huge toll. Holy shit! Like, one, my voice is raspy because of that, and two,
Sophie requests
like,
your
that was
presence.
insane.
Oh yeah, you had to do like 15
That was
different voices. and
intense.
stuff.
That was so intense. No, not even just the voice. Like, what happened was intense. Like, the freaking blood streaks, just like, holy damn.
If
Okay,
you looked
continue,
around
let's go.
calmly and didn't go into frenzy and wasn't smashed against the wall, the blood
Maybe I
streaks,
would've-
you took damage
yeah.
basically.
I took a lot of damage.
This
yeah.
is your health bar, basically, on the right side. Sophie
Yeah.
requests your presence tonight, and it seems urgent. You find her already waiting for you and clearly pondering something. It takes a few minutes of awkward silence before she speaks.
Require your assistance, Layla. There's a matter of great importance that I need to ask you to resolve for me. You'll find out what I'm talking about you'll find out what I'm about to say surprising, I'm sure, but you need to hear me out. I need you to contact an important Anarch figure in NYC and arrange a meeting for us. Our meetings are forbidden. I'll be setting a trap, right? That meeting, it is a trap, right? You need me to set it up so you can deal a blow to them? No, not immediately anyway. I intend to meet with them in good faith. I realize how ridiculous that might sound to you. You will find that with this, as with many other things, the cameralist policies have more than their share of hypocrisy inherent in them. It comes in hand with using medieval power structures.
Hand in hand.
It comes hand in hand with using medieval power structures. What we are forbidden to do, the prince may do willingly. Some of these things can be done in the open, while others are kept secret as not to invite discord and discontent. And I need to contact a man named Torque. He's an influential member of the movement and is like most of them, very suspicious of the Camarilla. That's why I'm sending you to extend my invitation. How do I know he'll talk to me? That one. How do I know he'll talk to me? He won't. Not yet, anyway. You need to start further down the chain, with the right story to spin. From my limited sources adjacent to the movement, I've gathered that your best chance to speak to Torque is to first meet with his right-hand woman, Mia. She's a regular at a club called the Leech Pit. I think it would be best if you presented yourself as an anarch-hopeful, a fledgling looking for a place of belonging. Only after you talk to Torque directly should you mention my name at the meeting. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. If I'm with Camarilla, they might just cut me off. We can reveal our cards once I have his attention. My thoughts exactly. After tonight, I suggest we do not speak of this again until you arrange the meeting. There are many who would jump at the chance to use this against us. With Kaiser, you have proven that you can get the job done, even if it requires additional legwork. I trust you to deal with this task as quickly and as covertly as possible. Forgive me, but that's all the time I can spare tonight. What I'm asking of you is just part of a bigger whole. Trust me, it will be worth it. It will all be worth it. It better be. I'll do my best. Because she is my sire and I have to do what she wants. Okay, I'll do my best. I know you will. Check with Gregory for the address of the Leech Pit. I have Mia to introduce you to Torque. When she does, tell him I wish to meet. Let him pick the time and place. Let it be soon. If he proves too guarded, tell him I have something that will help him gather allies against the boss, Callahan. That should pique his interest. Good luck, and obviously, not a word about this to anyone, not even any new friends you might have made in recent nights. This stays between us.
The way she says that final sentence suggests a not-so-veiled threat, but her warm smile belays that impression. You want her to keep trusting you. You wouldn't want to disappoint her. Gregory gives you the address. The club is in Brooklyn. Apparently it's some kind of heavy metal bar with a dedicated concert space. Time to pay this Mia a visit. The place is teeming with people tonight. You arrive in the middle of a concert. The music is loud, almost deafening, and it takes you a while to get used to it. This is not your scene at all. You can barely focus through the noise, but you grit your teeth and decide to bear it. The sooner you find Mia, the sooner you'll get out of this room. A group of a few dozen patrons are tightly packed together, and the smell of their sweat and youthful, excited blood overwhelms you momentarily. It's with some difficulty that you return to the task at hand. You've heard your share about the Anarchs and how they fit into kindred politics, but you only have your short encounter in Corona Park on which to base your actual opinion of the faction. Hold up, I am going to lower the background. Oh, I can't right now.
For you?
It's kind of really... Oh. There we go. There we go.
Is it better for you? Okay. Is it like very loud? I think it's ambience volume. Try ambience volume. I think that might work. Yeah. There you go.
Yeah.
We should probably also. Oh no, save is just save and exit. Never mind.
That might have been just a horrible first impression, but you're keeping your guard up just in case. Actually, wait, hold up. Let's go back to that. It's fine.
But it's a bit hard to hear you, as Katsuna said.
Yeah, that's
You
why
might
I'm
want to
lowering
lower the volume just a little bit. Yeah.
Okay. All right. That might have been just a horrible first impression, but you're keeping your guard up just in case.
Yeah. There's no way in hell I'm going to feed on people in a concert in the freaking middle of everyone. Unless, wait, are people like, okay, in this nightclub, right? Are people like watching each other? Or
hold up. Why no way in hell? What's your logic there?
Because there's so many people here. Oh wait, no, actually, wait a second.
Quasar.
Wait.
Quasar, let me ask you a question.
No. Before you say this. Hold up. I was saying, I just realized she said, act like you're a new person trying to be part of the Anarchs, or like don't really know what's going on, and so you are Anarchs, right?
Let's get back to that. You said, why in hell would I feed on a concert? Quasar, what happens at concerts, especially punk death metal concerts? What do people usually do at concerts?
Dance and shake their heads. And I don't know because I've never gone to one. I've been living under a rock for most of my life. I'm sorry.
People make out. Give me 1 second.
All right, so if they like make out and do stuff like that, I guess I can fake it to look like it's a make out, or like to fake it to make it look like it's some kind of like odd display.
People at concerts.
Musical,
okay. People at concerts.
I don't know.
They do. I'm back. People at concerts. They do drugs, like ecstasy, and they're in bliss pleasure. When a vampire kisses a human, feeds on them, what does the human feel?
Yeah, like orgasmic. So like, yeah, okay, fine. We can do a feeding opportunity. All right, let's do that.
I'm just saying, if you want to do that, like literally the opportunity's there. Like quit overthinking things.
I'm definitely not going to ask for me at the bar because I should not know who she is, right? I should, and mingling with the crowd.
I mean, you can't. You could, if you want to take the direct approach. You could. It might actually get her attention.
I don't really want to do that because then they'll know that I'm out for her, right? It'll make the lie seem weird. I want to blend in more,
right.
But blend in as a vampire. So feeding opportunity sounds like a great idea. And I was actually going to say this before you started, questioning my idiocy.
Concert knowledge.
But yeah, I think we'll go with the feeding opportunity, especially because the blood is starting to scare me.
Okay. First things first. The atmosphere of this place is distracting you, with the beast nagging to be fed. If you're to put your best foot forward, you'd best get that need out of the way, temporarily. The place brims with opportunities. You decide it might be easiest to just grab a somewhat drunk concert goer that strikes your fancy, and see whether they'd be willing to indulge you. Sure enough, you chat up a tipsy patron, and hit it off quickly, augmenting your charm with the power of your blood in the interest of time. You don't catch her name. She'd been waiting for her boyfriend, but he hasn't shown. She was pretty much ready to dump him anyway. So hey, here's to new beginnings.
You're gonna awaken something in her more than just, a vampire thing.
Another vodka shot disappears down her throat. She kisses you on the mouth. It's super sloppy, and the alcohol on her breath is overbearing. You take your chance and kiss her neck, then bite down. Yeah, her evening's drinking definitely colors the way her blood tastes. Alcohol and melancholy, not a combo you're unfamiliar with. Somebody smacks you on the head and rips you off the girl just as you lick the wounds closed. He throws you to the ground. Uh-oh, it's the boyfriend.
It's the boyfriend.
The argument they get into as your victim seemingly immediately sobers up gives you the chance to mix in with the now dispersing crowd. The concert is over. A hand on your shoulder. You instinctively tense up and prepare to dodge a punch. Instead, you come face to face with a lanky woman in a jacket 2 sizes too big for her frame.
Wait, can we can I just say something here before we get into this? So I'm thinking Layla's taste in blood is just someone that likes alcohol.
Could be.
Because so far, everyone that I've drank from that sounds like that I've enjoyed, like that guy in the medical morgue thing, right?
Has
That guy
been
was high off his
alcoholic.
own supply.
Yep.
Yeah, he was high off his own supply. She's alcoholic, and I didn't dislike the blood.
And Ventru specifically likes intoxicated people. Yep.
Exactly, that's what it seems like to me. All right. How does this woman?
Cold,
How is this?
cold punk, very cold punk voice.
Follow me if follow me behind the bar. Like I've got a few questions like that.
Kind of like that. Not as sarcastic.
Following behind the bar, like I've got a few questions, and you'd better give me snappy answers if you know what's good for you.
She leads you through the bar to a back door that leads into a side room. Indie metal band posters are plastered on every wall, some of them 20 or more years old, judging from the tour dates. An old sticky table and some rickety chairs are the only pieces of furniture here.
Sit down. Okay. What is
Don't
I think I'm
overthink.
comfortable supposed to mean? What is that supposed to mean? I think I'm comfortable. Oh wait,
I don't think I want to
okay.
sit. I don't think I want to sit. I'm good. I don't want to sit.
Don't overthink this. All right, sure. Sit down.
Sure.
Yeah. Sure.
You take a seat as the woman leans against one of the walls.
The name's Mia. I'm guessing your visit here isn't a happy coincidence. I don't know you, so you're either new in New York or kept an outstandingly low profile. Both sound suspect. So before we take these pleasantries further, answer me this. Who do you run with? I'm independent. Actually, no, wait. I think a little bit of truth might be good, right? Or no, should I not mention Camarilla at all? Wait, what did she mention? What did Sophie say before? Sophie said,
She said
be an
make
anarch hopeful.
make it look like you're an anarch hopeful, as in someone who's kind of wanting to join the anarchs.
Yeah, Camarilla, but I'm looking to switch then. Camarilla, I guess, but I'm looking to switch. Is that so?
She looks you up and down. It's hard to read her.
Okay, sure. I'll bite. But let's get one thing out of the way.
She leans in.
If this is some clever ploy to oust me from my domain, or if you're just here to spy on me and the movement, I'll make sure that you don't enjoy a death much longer. Got it?
You can tell it's a purely rhetorical question.
Right. Here's the pitch. The Camarilla likes to think they're the vanilla option. What with Prince Bitch Panhard pretending that they were always in charge, but New York has never been fully Cami City. They might have won the city in '99, but the cams of their asses handed to them many times over the years, and the movement has been here at least as long as they have. Hell, I moved to New NYC before World War II, and there was a good while after I saw Camarilla for what they are. A way to keep us subservient and in line. The Ivory Tower will tell you that they're the only safeguard for the traditions, and that's kind of the problem. There's only one tradition in the movement we feel should be respected. The Masquerade, obviously. Everything else? Ask the Brents and she'll tell you it's logical continuation of the Masquerade, but really it's just a way to keep the elders powerful and in control.
He grimaces.
But here's the thing. For all the talk of us bloodsuckers being solitary creatures, we need a community to keep up the Masquerade. Community? Yes, but authority? Not so much. We need a council of peers to keep the assholes and power-drunk fledglings in check, but not a feudal prince to tell you where to feed or who to hunt down when they step on her toes.
She takes a brief break from her indignant rant.
Sounds good to... No, wait. So you anarchs don't have a leader? Or a ruler? Yeah. So you anarchs don't have a ruler? A ruler? No. But leaders? Sure. Most follow old boss Callahan's lead. Most, but not you? You make it sound like it's most, but not you? Yeah, not me. If you're concerned about being well received in the city, you might need to go through Callahan. But if you're serious about the Anarch cause itself, he's not your guy. Callahan eats up fledglings like you and shits out self-preservation. His position as Baron is mighty shaky now, not least due to the fact that he's backstabbed more than his share of allies.
Just like the Camarilla have princes, the Anarchs have barons.
Mm-hmm.
And whereas the Camarilla prince is elected, voted on by the Council of Primogen, the baron is somebody sometimes voted on, sometimes a baron. People just tell this person, hey, you be our baron, or the baron is kind of de facto. It's more freelance in that sense.
Okay. So he's doing what any old fart in a position of power would do. He's doubling down. Negotiations are out, intimidation's in. Tightening ranks as a precaution against the Second Inquisition.
He surprises you by hacking and spitting on the ground in disgust.
If you spent time with the other cams, that should sound very familiar to you. He's no better than Panhard and her cronies at this point. No, you need to contact Torque. And wouldn't you know it, it's your lucky night, because I'm the lick to do it through. How is Torque different? How is he different from Callahan? Motherfucker, you're really asking for it.
Her anger flares up again.
I'll pretend that was just a naive question, not a half-assed jab. Torque is a leader, a local baron who's overseeing a small domain, but doing a very good job of it. Callahan knows this, so he's giving him shit. Torque is taking it like a champ. He's smart like that. For one of us rebels, he's got just the patience of a saint. Makes you think back to how things used to be way back when, if the stories are to be believed. Anyway.
Which clan do you think Torque is?
What's it called? Bruja. Yep. You want to meet him? I'm gonna require a good show of will first.
Show of goodwill first.
Ah, fuck. You want to meet him? I'm gonna require a show of goodwill first. What do you have in mind? That's fair. What do you have in mind?
He flashes you a mischievous half-smile.
I appreciate your readiness, but I don't have the details just now. Ask me at the bar when you're... Ask for me at the bar when you're able. I'll leave something for you and we'll take it from there. Now come on, I gotta go.
She walks you out of the bar and you go your separate ways. Seems like there's nothing more to do than return here later and see if Mia really can help you contact Torque.
I think I played that one really well.
Yeah.
Like, not voice acting wise, but like in terms of the actual game. Like, I think that one pretty well because I actually did, like, I made it believable that I was some new fledgling and that I was kind of teetering on the Camarilla edge kind of thing.
I agree.
Yeah. Yay.
Now,
I didn't screw up.
There's Benoit, and there's your friend Frank. He wants to get in touch with you again.
Doherty. I think that's...
And then there's D'Angelo and Tamika.
Let's go meet our friend here and make sure that we didn't make a mistake. The shady reporter guy.
The nosy reporter?
Yep.
Okay, nosy reporter, part 3. Frank Doherty, a shining example of journalistic excellence, is trying to get in touch with you. This can't mean anything good.
Should I read this one, the narration?
I'll let you know when to.
Sure.
Visiting Sophie's Haven, the doorman stops you. You've been here enough times that he recognizes you and says there's a note left for you. You ask about the person who left the note, and the doorman gives a description that can only be Frank Doherty, the reporter. Once you get the note, you step aside to read it. I have what you asked. Everything, all the details. This is crazier than you can imagine. Come to meet me at the Beautiful View Motel in Queens. I'm waiting for you. The note is unsigned. On impulse, you return to the street. You didn't have anything important to do with Sophie anyway. It would be much better to come back with the real information. Go for it.
Stepping into the Beautiful View Motel, you can't help but think that the name makes promises that the building fails to deliver.
Ooh, okay, this is interesting. If you play as a Bruja, so the Bruja storyline is you're basically a corporate worker, but you're very politically inclined. You know, you're into like politics, protest, counterculture. You work in a corporate job, but you're into counterculture and you kind of hate your job. And you recently broke up with your girlfriend and you kind of feel like shit. You're at a nightclub enjoying music when you meet this girl who's really hot. And she talks with you and she like, turns out she's a hardcore activist. Like she's punched cops, she's like fought people, and you're like, damn. And then she's like, hey, you wanna like, you know, spend some time together? Like you wanna like get it, like basically she's like,
my place?
you wanna sleep together. And you come to this exact motel. And she sleeps with you, and then she embraces you. And it's at this hotel.
Oh shit.
Damn.
Okay. Outside, there's nothing but an ugly parking lot, empty. The paint marking the parking spaces almost completely worn away. Standing in the lobby, it feels like there's a decade's worth of stale cigarette smoke. You're not happy being able to
You're
breathe.
happy. You're happy.
You're happy? Sorry. You're happy not being able to breathe anymore. The furniture looks like it was picked up from a yard sale in the 60s. Yo, my dyslexia is just getting so much worse.
It's fine.
There's something appropriate in the grubbiness of the surroundings. They fit the image. They fit the image. They fit the image you have of Frank perfectly. It's appropriate to find him in a place like this. You nod to the old woman manning the reception desk. She seems totally uninterested with what you're doing, her eyes glued to the small TV perched on the desk, a cop show. Walking deeper into the motel, you find a lounge that might have aspired to a kind of lavish comfort in its glory days. Now, it just feels sticky, like you need to wash your clothes afterwards. Frank sits on a bar stool. There's no bartender, but Frank has a shot glass in his hand. He looks even sweatier than usual. Frank fidgets with the glass in hand as if he wanted to give a good impression, but couldn't suppress a nervous tick.
I hope you're ready, because I have everything you asked for. Frank Doherty is a professional after all. Yes, indeed. They try to smear my name, but I get the story.
Nervous. You look nervous.
You'd be nervous too if you'd been fucked over as many times as I have. Once they think you're a bad guy, they'll just start making up lies about you. It doesn't matter what's true and what isn't.
Seems to be in a strange mood. Hard to read. Maybe it's just the alcohol speaking, but something is off about him. Who's they? Who's they, Frank?
Everyone. All those assholes who thought they were smarter than me. If you're a reporter, you make mistakes. Everyone does. You make enemies. You get facts wrong. So why was I singled out?
You're not sure you can get anything out of Frank. He's throwing himself a pity party and decided to invite you. You decide to try one more time. I can help you. I'm your friend, Frank. I can help you. Frank sounds like he has plenty more bitterness inside him, waiting to come out.
Let me tell you something else.
An ear-splitting sound fills the lounge, and a bright flash blinds you. For a second, an irrational panic grips your dead heart. Is this sunshine? Are you going to burn to death in a cheap motel in Queens? As your vision adjusts, something whizzes past you. It's a bullet. He's gonna get shot. A series of thunking sounds, something impacting the bar. Frank is lifting a shot glass, miraculously still in his hand. A massive bloodstain spreads across his shirt. For a bizarre, incongruous moment, you stare at the thing sticking out of Frank's chest. It's a crossbow bolt. Another two lie shattered next to the bar, having missed their targets. One missed you by a hair's breadth.
Crossbow bolts are made of wood.
Those are stakes. Haha! Turning around, you see figures dressed in black tactical gear storming into the room, in eerie silence. Perhaps the flashbang damaged your ears. They drop their tactical bows and lift up rifles. Shit. Who comes prepared with a crossbow? Frank slumps to the floor. A wooden crossbow bolt will paralyze a vampire, but struck through a human heart, kills. The scent of blood fills the air. Okay, so break through the front door just means run, right?
No, your fortitude means you shield your body, and you basically go back to the front door past the guys you shield your body. First option means you fight them. Second option means you just run away in another direction. Fortitude means you shield. Fortitude is an ability which gives you armor. Basically makes your body like armor. You basically armor up your body and you try to run past them.
It's similar... Okay, like, this might be a wild stretch, but similar to Attack on Titan where you can crystallize yourself, like certain parts. And you can... Kind of. It just reduces damage. It really just... It doesn't stop damage, it just reduces damage. Okay. I'm gonna weigh my decisions here, and I'm gonna need some of your guidance here, Revan, because you know that I don't have such a high wisdom stat. I don't want to fight the assailants, because I don't think I can. Okay. Making a run for it sounds like I'm gonna get shot in the back. And fortitude breaking through the front door seems like it's a good idea, but also I'm going through the assailants, right? So, what do you think is my best option? You're not playing for me, I'm making a final decision, but what would you do?
As a Bruja, I ran.
And did you get shot in the back?
I had the power of celerity. I use celerity to just run. So I use my powers to run away.
And I don't have celerity, right? I don't have celerity.
You have fortitude.
I have fortitude. God damn it. I don't want to fight them. I feel like that's a bad idea. Okay. You know what? I'm gonna fortitude. I'm gonna use my power. I have to get out of here. You're a vampire. One of the kindred. Fuck it. What's a few bullets? You'll mend. A man is lifting a rifle to shoot you. You can't see his face through the visor of the black helmet he's wearing. The rest of the attackers are equally anonymous. 3 men and a woman looking like they were going to attack a terrorist base or vampire nest. You run straight at them, jumping over a rancid sofa. The man in front fires by reflex, and you feel one of the bullets tear into your stomach. Oh well, nothing important there anymore. So I've made it through the front door, right? And
nope.
No,
you're still inside. Why?
Okay.
Look at the options. What do the options say?
Run to the lobby, crash through a window. I'm gonna crash through a window because I still have fortitude on, right? Mm-hmm. Was that one brief second? Yeah, I'm gonna crash through a window. There's a big window right in front of you, and on the other side of the lounge, it's been covered in a big plastic sheet. Big plastic sheeting.
Black.
Sorry. It's been covered in black plastic sheeting, having been broken and now waiting to be repaired. That's the shortest way out. You don't stop to think. Running right at the black-clad figures in front of you, the first man fires his rifle by reflex, hitting you in the shoulder as you reach him. Your assailants step back, trying to reestablish a field of fire where they don't risk hitting their friends. That was a good idea. Crossfire. Haha. You use their moment of hesitation to run through them, jumping from a sofa to crash through the plastic covering the window. Just as you hit it, the attackers start firing, bullets from their sleek black rifles shredding the plastic to pieces as you crash through it, stumbling onto the curb outside. It takes you a second to register the bullets that hit you in the back. You're wounded, hurt, but no time to think about that now.
You got some blood splatter? Took some damage?
Yep. I have to find another alcoholic. You have just enough time to take in the parking lot. There are 4 SUVs parked by the motel's front door, all black with tinted windows. A man and woman, middle-aged, dressed like detectives, stare at you in surprise as you run past them. One tries to yell something as you stumble to your car, wrench the door open, and turn on the ignition. For a terrifying moment, you fumble for the keys, but then the car starts and you floor it, careening onto the highway. As you drive away, you check your wounds. You are healing the damage you sustained, but better stop by your haven for a change of clothes before you go to see Sophie, even if you are in a hurry.
Alright, I'll take over here.
Yep, because I have to do Sophie.
You run into Sophie's building, tired and hungry from mending your body. The doorman looks at you anxiously as you dash past, unconsciously sensing your bestial nature. You pound on the door of Sophie's apartment, more for the sake of your own nerves, than because you think it's any help. After a few moments, Sophie herself opens the door and looks at you in surprise. She doesn't have her makeup on, and her hair is disheveled. You've caught her on her night off. Disheveled. You've caught her on a night off.
What happened to you?
As you step into the apartment and follow Sophie to her living room, you see the remains of a party. Empty glasses. A faint smell of blood in the air. You have no time to contemplate Sophie's social life, however.
We're being hunted. Actually, wait. It was an ambush. It was an ambush. They were prepared. You're compromised. Oh, fuck.
For a moment, Sophie's facade cracks. She looks tired. Then she rallies herself.
Sit down and stay calm. I'll check whether this apartment is still secure.
You sit down, suddenly conscious of the vast gulf in experience between you and Sophie. She's managed to stay alive for a very long time and knows how to survive. You only hope that you'll survive along with her. For the next hour or so, you sit on Sophie's sofa, answering minute questions about Frank and the commandos who assaulted you. At intervals, she makes murmuring phone calls to mysterious contacts. After a longer while, Sophie lets you go.
You should be safe, and more importantly, I should be safe too. I've taken measures to secure both of our havens, but keep your eyes open nonetheless.
You leave Sophie's apartment wondering whether you'd survive another ambush like this.
Holy shit, that was intense. So, that was First Light, right? That was the operation.
Searchlight is the first operation. That was the Second Inquisition. Basically, secret
isn't that called First
government.
Light?
The first operation was called Operation Searchlight.
Oh, Searchlight. How about this one? What's this one called?
That was just like the name of the first operation that started this whole business. Like, think of it as like U.S. military. Okay. Whenever they plan an operation, like when the U.S. invaded Iraq, they called it Operation Iraqi Freedom. When Bush Sr. invaded Iraq, he called it Operation Desert Storm. They have operations like these.
Yeah,
they just named
names.
them. Yeah,
exactly.
So this entire operation is Searchlight, but those people were the second.
This is the second Inquisition of Searchlight.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Second iteration of this. Alright.
Alright, we're gonna rest. You come back to your haven after a long night on the town. There's still some time before the sun comes up, but sometimes you just need a little break to relax, watch TV. As you open the door to your haven, it's clear something is wrong. You hear moaning from within. Stepping cautiously inside, you see a man splayed on the floor. 40s, strong build, wearing a black suit. One of Sophie's servants. His face is a mess and a piece of bone is sticking out of his leg. The ghoul moans through his broken teeth, only half conscious. Just as you're about to do something, the door to the apartment flies off its hinges in a loud crash behind your back. Alright, you can take over narration here.
Sure.
Freeze. Don't move.
You turn around to see at least 6 police officers storming your apartment. Two point guns at your face while the rest spread out to check the other rooms. One of the cops pushes past you into the living room. There's a body there. We're going to need an ambulance. He's still breathing.
No, I guess I'm
this is
reading.
you.
Yeah, it's a but. There's a body here. We're gonna need an ambulance. He's still breathing.
Bewildered, you gather your wits. There must be some way out of this ridiculous situation. Presence, calm the cops. I know I should probably not be using my thing, but I'm gonna. Please calm down. This is all a bigger misunderstanding. The cops hesitate and lower their guns.
Can you explain what's going on here?
As the rest of the police officers search the apartment, you said the best course of action is to buy time. You're glad you followed Sophie's rule that a haven should never have anything that endangers the Masquerade in it. This guy's 40s, he's kind of stocky, right?
Doesn't say that. It just says he's in his 40s and he's well built and he's in a suit. Doesn't say anything about
he's
him
well
being
built. Okay. Yeah, no, but he's well built, so that means I wouldn't have been able to take this man on. That makes more sense. Like, it's literally impossible for her. Like, if she's a regular human, which is what they know her as, she's a weak female. She can play that role.
Okay, is that what you want to pick?
Yeah. How could I beat a man big like that? How could I beat a big man like that?
So for real life advice, never ever say anything like that to a cop, implying that you are even remotely did that, because that's
capable,
that's almost like an admission of guilt. Of course, okay. Miss. Is this your apartment, miss?
Suddenly, you hear a commotion in the hallway. Sophie walks into the apartment surrounded by an entourage of serious-looking men and women in dark clothes. Some of them flash badges at the officers present.
I'll take over now.
Mm-hmm.
You feel the power of Sophie's blood, almost like a physical sensation on your skin. There is no saying no to her.
This woman was with me when this terrible act of violence occurred. She has an airtight alibi.
You've rarely seen Sophie wield the full extent of her powers. You're not sure how much is supernatural ability and how much is bribery and political connections. It doesn't matter.
The injured man works for me. He must be hospitalized this instant. If he doesn't receive a full recovery, there will be consequences.
For 15 minutes, you watch as Sophie imperiously orders the police officers around. Some of the people she brought with her also seem to be police, but you're not sure. You catch Sophie grimacing in the direction of an empty corner, and something tells you that there might be a third vampire in the apartment. Your stalker, perhaps. The injured man gets carried away on a stretcher. The cops leave without even checking your ID.
It was amazing. No, actually, will there be any problems? Will there be problems? Will there be any
You cut out.
Problems? No, the police know to avoid this house. This was an anomaly. Your stalker was here, but now she's left. Her name is Adelaide Davis, in case you were wondering. A lunatic, truly one of the more pestilent clans.
She is Malkavian.
Ah.
Lunatic. Each of the clans has like a title nickname. The Rebels, the Roses, the Lunatics, the Blood Sorcerers, etc.
Yeah, that makes sense. Can we talk to her? Can we talk to her? Yes, we can. We have to, in fact. I'll arrange a little chat with Miss Davis. Later, you'll join me in asylum and deal with this problem like
Elysium.
Sorry. Later, you'll join me in Elysium and we'll deal with this problem like the vampire you are, with words.
Sophie leaves you alone. The idea of spending the day in a haven that's just been raided by the police seems risky, but you decide to trust Sophie's assurances. It's not like you have anything else to go on.
Whew. Wow.
Okay, we're going straight to the next thing.
Cool.
You arrive at the Leech Pit, finding it less rowdy than the last time. The bar is still packed, but the dance floor is empty tonight. Instead, the old crackling speakers are playing music that would probably sound like noise, even on high-end hardware. Mia is nowhere to be seen, but you do remember she requested you ask for her at the bar. You approach the bar as the bartender finishes pouring a beer for an older guy in a faded, fraying Iron Maiden t-shirt. She turns to you.
Can I get you? Did anyone leave a message for me? I was told someone might have left a message for me at the bar. Ring a bell? Maybe?
He looks you up and down, and a spark of recollection shines in her eye.
Oh yeah, that's right.
She takes a well-worn book from behind the counter, some kind of young adult vampire novel, and flips through it. She
It's
produces
Twilight.
Oh god. She produces a piece of paper from between the book's pages and passes it to you.
She told me you'd be interested in reading this.
You find a relatively quiet corner and take a look at the note. That's you.
T wants to meet you. I'll arrange it, but you need to prove you're trustworthy. Look around the Leech Pit for a guy named Bruce. Buff dude, tattoo sleeve on his right arm. I'm 90% sure he's somebody's retainer. Sent here to spy on us by the cam. Get me the name of his master and write it down on this card, and then return to the bar.
Retainer is a term for a human who serves, basically, a vampire master. Kind of like a ghoul.
Mm-hmm.
It could be a ghoul who's... It's another word for
It's
ghoul.
it's like a vampire ghoul, right? Like he's like a vampire.
No, there's
servant.
a vampire... No, he's just a ghoul. He's a human.
Oh, he's just a ghoul.
Ghouls literally by nature... All ghouls are human, technically still.
Yeah,
Retainers
but
are
they're
also human.
Yeah.
Yeah, retainer's just another name for ghoul, basically.
Cool. Sounds good. Like a more dignified name for,
Sure.
you know.
It doesn't
Yeah.
take you long to locate this Bruce guy. He sits alone in a corner, 2 beer glasses already empty on his table. You take a moment to consider your approach.
Should I switch to narration? Because you're going to do the thing.
Sure.
taking
It depends. We'll see. But, yeah, you cannot use your power. You cannot use this power to get him drunk and talkative, because you are hungry. There's a lot of blood.
Mm-hmm. So he sits alone. But what the hell? Because if it's feeding opportunity bar patron,
Mhm.
where is the bar patron? He's alone, right?
Any bar patron.
Sounds like
Literally
a bad
anyone.
idea.
Why?
Yeah.
Why is it a bad idea?
It's different from a club, isn't it? Or is this the same? This is the same exact location, right?
It's the same exact location where you were last
Okay,
time.
fine. All right. Okay. Let's go feeding because I like alcoholics apparently.
Alright. You figure you have the time to feed before confronting this guy. You keep your eye on him but look for a good opportunity in the meantime. Wouldn't you know it, a half-passed out patron near the toilets is almost begging for somebody's attention. You prop him up as if to help him stand straight. His breath reeks of alcohol. You bite into his neck right above his tank top. Careful to drink just a little, and quickly. You don't get to enjoy the full palate. It is the closest to a beer you've had in a while, though. The man slumps in your arms, mumbles something under his breath, and you settle him down gently near the emptied kegs in the back. Somebody will come and pick him up, for sure. Temporarily sated, you turn your attention back to the task at hand. That's when you lock eyes with Bruce. He's been standing there, just meters away, and for a while, you think. He slinks away through the main area and walks outside. He knows what you are, for sure. You follow him out, expecting to have to run after him, but he's there, having a cigarette. Alright, you can take over after this. Yo, I had the feeling you'd join me. You smoke?
He pushes the lighter close to you. The flame triggering a primal fear in you that forces you to take a step back and bump into another patron who's just leaving the bar.
Yeah, didn't think so. You were staring at me in the bar before. What do you want?
How would you like it if I came up to you and said, "I know you're somebody's servant"? Yeah, exactly.
Depends. It depends. It depends
the
on.
The first two options seem very. I mean, he knows what I am.
Pretty much,
So,
she's figured it out.
Yeah. So then I should also kind of be like, I know what you are.
You could, if you want to.
Yeah. You know why? You know why the logical choice is that? Because he saw you drink. He watched it. He knows what you are. And that means you
He
can
didn't
tell
see you
that
drink. He didn't see you drink.
No. But what I mean is, he knows what you are, so that means
But
you
he didn't
know
see you
that
drink.
he's a human. Yeah. But he's a human who knows the masquerade, which means he must be someone's servant. Otherwise, he wouldn't be kept alive. Or he
Sure.
could be one of the first, like, Searchlight people, whatever.
Second
I'm gonna
Inquisition.
say
Second Inquisition.
okay, fine. I'll keep calling the Second Inquisition.
That's look. The Searchlight was just the name of their operation. Otherwise, they're
True.
called the SI. Literally, the term that they use is SI.
I was actually gonna say that. I was gonna be like, let me call them the SI. All right. I know you're somebody's servant. Let's do that. I know you serve a certain individual. I need that individual's name.
Not gonna happen.
He flicks a cigarette at you, and you flinch. It's all it takes for him to dash away, much faster than a human should be able to. He's bolting, all right. Dominate. Let's go. Bruce, stop. Simple command. Obey to the letter. You approach him and drag him to a nearby alleyway. He snaps out of your previous command, but now there are only a few meters between the two of you. Tell him his cover is blown. Listen, your cover is blown. I was told who you are. You better come clean. Your master's name, that's all I need.
Bullshit. Besides, she'd kill me if I told you. And I quite like being alive.
Intimidate him.
The first one?
Actually, wait. Fortitude's beat the name out of him, right? Like, literally punch him to bits. I feel like that's an overreaction right now. I don't really want to do that. And I've also used my powers a lot. He seems like a very tough guy, right? Intimidating with violence.
What do you mean by tough guy?
Like, he seems like he's well built. So I'm wondering if I should intimidate him or not.
You're a vampire. He's a human.
Yeah, and I mean, he just said like she'd kill him. So like I could be like, well, I'll kill you if you don't, right? So yeah, intimidate him.
So the first one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Here's the deal. You tell me your master's name and you save yourself a world of hurt. Unless you want to exit this alley on a stretcher, you'd better... Whack. Whack. Bruce doesn't wait for you to finish talking. He jumps at you, kicking and punching with a dizzying speed. It takes you by surprise, and he puts you on the defensive. Just as you're about to retaliate, he breaks away, jumps the fence at the end of the alleyway, and is gone into parts of the city unknown. Shit! I should have fortituded him. I fucked that up completely.
Time to leave something for Mia. You borrow a pen from the bar and flip Mia's note to the other side. Bruce mentioned a she, so his master must be a female. But that's all you've got to go on. You figure it's better to leave anything for Mia than nothing at all.
Who's Samira again?
Just a random name.
Oh no, Samira is that girl who like growled at me back in Elysium, isn't she?
Nope.
No? The one who...
Nope.
Remember when I was talking to Panhard? There was that one girl next to her?
Yeah, there was no one that growled at you. She did not growl at you.
Growled, but like she was kind of annoyed at me. And she treated me like... She's a primogen, isn't she?
No. You're mixing... There was a mention of a character called Samira. Panhard was talking to her, and Samira was just waiting. That's it.
Oh, okay. Alright, leave a note of the master's gender.
Mia asked you for a name, but if all you have is Bruce's master's gender, will have to do. You jot down a note. Bruce referred to his master as she. She passed a piece of paper to the bartender. She sticks it back in the same book. So his master actually is Samira, and she's a Banu.
I knew it.
Yeah, but I'm not going to tell you that because it would be metagaming.
I know that, but I was like, what if I... But, no, you know what? Whatever. Doesn't matter.
And Samira... and Samira is a Banu Hakim.
Yeah. Hold on 1 second.
Oh yeah, this is you.
Hold on 1 second. She wanted me to pass something on to you.
He produces a cell phone from behind the counter. It's ancient. At least 15 years out of date.
Alright, and this.
An old charger for the piece of junk in your hand. They really did think of everything.
She said she'll be in touch.
It takes you a moment to remind yourself how to operate this thing, and you find that its phone book is blank. There's no Wi-Fi connectivity, and no saved messages. It's got a version of Snake, though. The bartender is already over at the other end of her domain, taking orders from patrons. With your Anarch contact nowhere in sight, you decide to move on for the night. Hopefully, your educated guesses based on the scraps of info you collected will be enough for Mia to call you.
Hey, I don't meta, okay? I don't. I swear, I have not meta so far.
Yeah, no worries, Keith. Soon. I've noticed that as
after.
well. I've noticed that as well, which is why
I don't meta. I don't meta.
You've tried to ask you to like straight up. You tried to ask me to tell you like straight up answers at times.
Some stuff. I have, but
You've attempted.
That's not meta. That's just,
no, that's meta.
That's just
that's straight
guidance.
up meta.
It's asking for guidance from someone who knows more. That's all it is. Okay, like, gosh. Anyways, what's that one?
Somebody's watching part 3.
Yeah, I'm gonna go do that.
You've had enough
because...
of Adelaide Davis. It's time to head for Elysium and confront her with Sophie by your side.
Exactly.
Visiting Elysium with Sophie is always a humbling experience. She's connected, well-known, important. You're nobody. You've always known this, of course, but it's especially apparent when you arrive with her. Everyone notices her, and she drinks it in like it's her birthright.
That's Adelaide Davis. Go say hello.
You spot the woman Sophie is referring to. Adelaide, your stalker. Intense, disheveled, young-looking. A Malkavian, if you've understood correctly. As you approach, Adelaide looks at you with undisguised hatred. Very gruff, rough, scruffy voice.
Rough.
Like, my 2 favorite people. So something like that. I don't know. Some
two favorite people.
Yeah, like what's his name? Blah, blah, blah. What is that dude? My precious. Kinda slightly like that.
Precious. Yeah, my 2 favorite people. I love you too, Adelaide.
Adelaide looks from Sophie to you and laughs mirthlessly. The sound is creepy enough to make people glance towards you.
I'll never stop. You should know that. I'm relentless. What is this all about? I understand why you hate me, but why hate Layla?
Adelaide looks so angry. For a moment, you fear she'll hit you, Elysium or no.
As if you don't know. They call me a creep. That's very insulting, especially to somebody like me. Was that when you were creeping invisible in my haven? Yes.
Sophie sighs.
You have to stop. Otherwise, I will take this to Kadir. Do that. I have friends much more powerful than him. I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm sorry. I apologize. This is way past an apology. The harm you've done is irreversible.
Adelaide locks eyes with you, ignoring Sophie.
Let's talk later. We'll have some fun together.
Adelaide walks away. Sophie watches her go before she says anything.
She's a lunatic. And they say all kinds of things. Don't worry about it. She knows if she crosses the line, there will be consequences.
Sophie steps away to chat with her friends, and you look at the kindred around you, wondering how many would really help you in times of trouble. Probably not many. Rest time.
Dun, dun, dun.
A piece of paper is sticking out to you out of a mailbox. It's a computer printout, a note, and a screenshot from Google Maps. It reads, "Meet me at the indicated..." You don't know. "Meet me at the indicated spot tomorrow at 10 p.m. I'll pick you up and we'll take it from there." No signature. The place marked on the map is the lookout point near Pier 1, just next to the Brooklyn Bridge. You check the phone that Mia passed on to you. No new messages, no missed calls. It's all a bit fishy, but there's only one way to find out who addressed this to you. Looks like tomorrow evening has been planned out for you. You go downstairs as soon as you wake up. One more glance at the phone, but no news from Mia.
Oh, is the volume? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I can't tell the difference because I have it on Discord volume and it's been okay for me.
You take the car down to Brooklyn, park on Front Street, and approach the meeting spot cautiously. A figure of about Mia's size is standing there, dressed in an oversized jacket, and looking out toward Manhattan. As you approach, you can hear her muttering something.
Is it true? But I do not... Oh wait, this is Mia. Fuck. Is it true?
It is true. It is true.
Oh, it is true. But I do not think it... I do not think it true. If I do not think it true, then it cannot be true. And if it cannot be true, then... Are you the one... Is that you, Mia? No, are you the one who left the note? Hey, are you the one who left the note at my apartment?
The woman turns around. It's not Mia. Whoever it is, you have never seen her before. She looks perfectly plain and unmemorable.
What should I do for this woman's voice since it's not Mia?
A tired woman. A tired woman.
The ink on the paper did leave the message. The ink on the paper...
Did the message leave? Did the message leave?
Oh. The ink on the paper did the message leave. The ink on the paper did your face here bring.
You turn around. 3 men, all of them burly and threatening, approach you. One of them takes the lead. So, you got the message.
I did. I did. What now?
Now, you'll come with us. The boss wants to meet you.
Why do I feel like it's Kaiser? But it's not Mia. Damn it! I'm thinking it's Callahan. I'm gonna go with Callahan. Callahan?
That's Boss Callahan to you, fuckface.
Thought so. Fucking thought so.
I suggest you get a move on. We've got places to be.
This guy feels like such a fucking, like...
You can narrate.
Like, totally... Okay.
Narrate.
The voice of the woman keeps creeping into your consciousness, the litany of gibberish ever present throughout this entire conversation. The man cracks his knuckles.
Or we can do it the hard way.
Agree to go with them. He just wants to talk to me, I think. Yeah, okay, I'll go with you.
Smart.
More. They lead you down the pier and onto a motorboat. The engine starts.
Put this on.
He points to a cloth sack. One of the guys is holding you down. The woman is still there, whispering to herself. Somehow, you hear her voice clearly in your head. It becomes a nagging suggestion to put the sack over. It becomes a nagging suggestion to put the sack over your head. You don't really want to do it, but your hands go through the motions all the same. It takes 15 minutes or so to reach your destination, you think. The engine dies down and you are led onshore and further up, and then further up, and then further up an incline and through some overgrowth. 10 more minutes of walking, maybe, until a deep voice reaches your ears.
Vincent, my dear boy, why the hood over our guest's face? Well, boss, I thought... No, that will not do. How many times do I have to repeat myself, Vincent? You don't have to think. You have to listen and do what you're told. Yes? Yes, boss. Well, take that ridiculous sack off their head, will you?
The hood comes off. The owner of the deep voice is a curious sight, dressed in what can only be described as Victorian clothing, with a monocle and graying red hair. Is this Callahan?
Apologies for Vincent's unacceptable behavior. He can be a little thick sometimes. Isn't that right, Vincent? Yeah, boss. Sometimes. A little. I believe you already know who I am?
You're a dumb motherfucker. No, not that. I'm just saying it's hilarious. You're Boss Callahan. No, you're the Anarch Baron. Yeah, you're the Anarch Baron. Let's go with that. You're the Anarch Baron.
Ain't that the truth? Douglas Callahan is my name, but you may call me boss. Everybody does, for good reason. I have invited you here to have a friendly chat. Now, let me make myself perfectly clear. I am disappointed in you, truly disappointed, but I arranged this meeting to allow you to make amends. First, though,
what?
I have to make sure you understand what your infraction was. So, do you know why you're here?
Shit, I don't want to give away the Torque meeting, but I feel like that's why. I'll just go with, I feel like you're dying to tell me. I can't help it, but feel like you're dying to tell me.
Don't get smart with me.
He takes your face in his hand, while Vince holds you in a tight grip. He squeezes hard and looks you deep in the eyes.
Orc is the reason you're here. Or that little angry strumpet of his, I'm told, yes? Mia? Oh, how I'd love to get my hands on her gaunt neck and wring it until it breaks. But see, I'm a statesman, and that's not the prudent thing to do. No, indeed. The prudent thing to do is tolerate both her and that blasted ebony-skinned mentor of hers. If you ask me, it all went downhill when you womanfolk got voting rights. Made you believe you were on the same level as us men. What a ridiculous notion that was.
This dude's racist and sexist.
He's an old... Look at the way he's dressed. Think what era he's from.
Oh my god. Alright.
Can't choose the middle option.
Finish with your disgusting rant. Finish with your disgusting rant.
Oh, fledgling, you have no idea who you're messing with.
He looks at you with rage in his eyes, and you feel insignificant and vulnerable. An irrational fear takes over you. You cannot speak up against this man again. You just can't. He's too terrifying.
Now that I have your full attention, I will request something from you, and you will obey me to the letter. But that comes later. First, you will answer a few questions, the first of which is, who pointed you to Mia?
Nobody was my idea. Nobody. It was my idea.
Oh, really? And what was your intention behind the meeting?
I needed Mia's help. I needed her help with something.
Oh, come now. You'll have to be more specific than that. I need to know exactly what it was that you discussed.
I wanted her to explain the Anarchs to me. I just wanted to learn more about the Anarchs, so I asked her about the movement.
Oh, child, you should have come to me then. I am the Anarch movement in New York City, and nobody makes a secret out of it. You bet on the wrong horse, as I'm sure you'll soon learn. See, that wasn't hard now, was it? Of course, I can't be sure how much of what you told me was true, and how much of it is worth about as much as yesternight's horse shit. But I'll find out. I always do. When I do, we'll have another one of these nice talks. And maybe, just maybe, you'll avoid this upcoming unpleasant episode next time.
Next time on how Callahan wants to murder you with a blunt knife. He gives Vince a sign, and the burly man starts hitting you over again. You feel teeth, ribs, and fingers break. Your foot is mangled under Vince's foot. Your shoulder dislocated, your nose wrecked.
That's enough, Vincent. Leave them be.
He snaps his fingers in front of your face a few times and checks if you can focus on his face. You can, but barely.
I am a man of principle. Another night, I would perhaps put you in a casket, dip it in concrete, and dump it in the Hudson. A favorite of mine during the Roaring 20s. It's been a while.
This guy is like super old.
But, like I mentioned before, I am nothing but prudent, and so, the interests of this city's kindred must come before my own needs and wants. I will therefore let you continue your existence. Here's what I require in return for this boon. You are forbidden to meet Torque. I will keep an eye on you, on him. If you want a place with the Anarchs, you go through me, and only me. Got it? Okay, so for vampires, they're immortal, so they don't give a shit about money. Money's kind of useless to them. Instead, their currency are favors that somebody owes you. Boons.
Yeah.
You now owe him a favor because he let you live. And boons are like basically the currency of vampires' world. If you make a promise and you break it, that's almost as bad as diablerization. It's a taboo almost as bad as diablerization.
Oh crap.
Like, you have to carry out that promise.
That's unfair. He's the one that kidnapped me and is threatening my life. How is this me having to pay him for not
he could have and he could have killed you, but he decided to let you go because he wants to use you. You're now beholden to him.
This guy, fuck this guy, fuck this guy. I tell Sophie.
You have to understand, what I made my associates do to you tonight was just business. We can still work out a mutually beneficial relationship. In fact, it's either that or your final death.
Fuck.
Time to go, Vincent. Take the boat back. Leave the fledgling here. I think they have a lot to think about. Sure thing, boss. Pleasure making your acquaintance.
Callahan walks away, as do Vince and his band of thugs. You lie on the ground for a while longer, feeling the blood slowly putting your body back together, your hunger growing. You can hear the beast calling for sustenance, for safety, for revenge, a distant but pronounced third desire. It's not until you mend yourself enough to appear as more of a mugging victim than an impossibly mangled walking cadaver that you hail a passing taxi. Passing taxi. And head back. Sure, and head back to your haven. That's like really bad writing. Sorry.
No, the passing taxi was passing by.
You hail a passing taxi is enough. Don't passing taxi passing.
They might have accidentally put the word twice. They might have meant to put taxi pass.
I mean, Khan earlier in the stream asked me to be a grammar Nazi, and I'm doing this. I'm doing it justice now. Very belated, but I'm doing it now. The whole way there, you are tempted by the beast. Your driver, a 30-something, with a strong Slavic accent and an unpronounceable name on his ID, keeps asking if he should drive you to the hospital. You keep declining, oh my god. You keep declining, and all the while thinking that if you only asked him to pull over for 5 minutes, you could feast on his warm blood to the beast's content, drink him whole. Nobody would know. Nobody but his wife and kids, if he has them. Nobody but his boss and co-workers. Nobody but you, as you look in the mirror tomorrow. Keeping your hunger at bay was never before as difficult as it is tonight. Driver stops you at your apartment building. There's nobody around. You can do it. Do it. Now. Now! Resist the base call. Resist. You pay the driver and walk out. Fast. Leave the car behind. Don't look back. Look back. Walk. Walk back. Feed. No. Through the door. Up the stairs. Key in the lock. Open the apartment. Walk in. Lock yourself in. The familiar four walls...
I'll take over here. The
Sorry.
familiar four walls of your haven are a blessing. The beast inside you keeps nagging, but you kept it at bay tonight. Not a small feat, given your state. You are still weak. You're still not quite mended. You need to rest. Tomorrow, you will have to feed again. Tomorrow, you will have to consider your next move. Callahan is not the kind of man who quits. But tonight, you rest.
That was so freaking intense. Holy.
Waking up tonight...
I think the story's just getting more and more intense as it goes on, right? Like, just darker and darker. This is great. This is really great. Alright.
Waking up tonight feels different for two reasons. For one, you are pleasantly surprised that your body mended reasonably well while you were resting. It comes with a caveat, though. The hunger you feel is pronounced. The beast like a black dog on the edge of your vision, following you. But what is truly remarkable is waking up to the tune of an old cell phone ringtone. An unknown number is calling the phone you got from Mia. You pick up.
Kept that whole old thing charged after all, huh? You alright? I feel like shit. No, actually, I feel like shit. Look, that's too bad, but I really don't care. I was just being polite. I'm calling with good news. Torque has agreed to meet you. There's a pub in Bronx, Solids and Stripes. Be there tonight. 2 things. No drinking on the premises, so if you want to grab a snack, do it before setting foot in the borough. And this is exclusively no powers meeting. We will be rubbing shoulders with commoners the whole evening. And also, we don't trust you, so keep it casual, or you'll blow it. And anything you'd like to add? Callahan forbade me from meeting Torque. Yeah, I met Callahan yesterday. He kicked my ass and forbade me from meeting Torque. I'm not sure I should be there tonight.
Silence on the line.
Fuck.
More silence.
Can't promise you any protection on your way there or back, but at the pub you'll be in Torque's domain. For all his posturing, Callahan doesn't have the balls to strike Torque directly. We'll put those additional lookouts on watch. That's the best I can do. If Callahan got under your skin, I get it. I was in the spot once or twice too. All I've got to say is, the risk is worth it. If you don't show tonight, I won't blame you. But it's one-time offer only. You gotta hedge your bets. Just don't do anything stupid. Meet with us tonight. It better be in good faith.
She ends the call. First things first. You take the subway to York Street Station, walk to Front Street, retrieve your car, and weigh your options while driving back to your haven.
Feeding opportunity, trust your intuition. I need to feed right now before the beast gets let out, and it's better to do it before I go to the place.
You've been doing this for a good few nights. You're getting a feel for it. You're learning what kind of predator you are and what kind of blood you crave. You're so caught up in yesterday's problems and in this cloak and dagger debacle you're now a part of, that the hunt feels almost automatic and casual tonight. A fragment of you surrenders control. Just minutes after you find your victim, coax them, and drink from them, you find that you've forgotten their face and how they were dressed. It only hits you once you look at yourself in your car's rearview mirror. This was wrong. You can't let this become the norm. You've hurt somebody, a human being. You're a monster. You need to stay mindful of this. You're a monster. But unless you let yourself off the hook, you can hold on to your humanity and not let yourself slide down the spiral. Instead of clearing your mind, this clouded it further, and you're still no closer to a decision.
The blood thing receded, right? A little bit?
Slightly.
Or no?
Slightly.
Okay. Shit. Drive around before going to the meeting. Because I might be followed.
You do intend to visit Torque tonight, but you decide to drive around a bit first. Something tells you there might be somebody tailing you. It sounds sensible to try and lose them. You spend a good 2 hours looking in your rearview mirror and driving all over the city before finally driving to the Bronx. You take some basic precautions as you enter Torque's turf. You park a few streets over from where the pub is and walk towards it while keeping an eye out for anyone suspicious. That kindred, for the most part, look no different than regular people, makes things complicated, of course. If you're being followed or watched, it's going to be hard to tell. You reach the pub, shoot a final glance around. There's nobody suspicious around as far as you can see, and open the door. The smell of cigarettes is overwhelming. The whole place has an aura about it, a constant fog hanging right under the ceiling. The lethargic fans do nothing to disperse it. The constant crack of billiard balls and clinking of glasses tells you all you need to know about the clientele. Not a very vampiric place at all. You're wondering if you got the address right. You apparently did. Mia's here. She motions you over to one of the few tables around.
Took your sweet time to get here. What, get cold feet? Never mind. Anyone followed you? Not that I know of. Fair enough. Before I introduce you, there's some outstanding business to discuss. You didn't prove very helpful at the bar. Carol, the bartender, mentioned that you made an effort, but as you can imagine, there are plenty of licks who use feminine pronouns in the city. Still, I'll take what I can get, so thanks for that, I guess. Come on, Torque's right there.
You walk toward one of the tables. A guy in a coat and hat leans over to take a shot. He's way ahead of his opponent. The table is clear of his balls, safe for the 8-ball in a tricky position.
Hey, they're here.
Be with you in just a moment. The hit is fast, precise, and sends the black ball exactly where its player wanted it. His opponent lets out a frustrated sigh. That's that. I believe that's $150 American, Joey. You want to pay up now, or up the stakes again? The disgruntled man accepts his defeat and pays up, then declares he's going to grab another beer. To the victor go the spoils, thank you kindly. He turns his full attention to you. The man is good looking, if somewhat gaunt and intense. His eyes especially seem to pierce right through to your core, but not in an unpleasant way. Name's Torque. I believe you're Layla, Sophie Langley's new plaything. Is that right?
How does everybody always know that? UNX2? How does everybody always know that?
Word travels fast when you care to listen, fledgling. We wouldn't be talking tonight if I hadn't learned that a long time ago. Forgive my being real with you right off the bat, but I'd like to know who it is I'm dealing with. So here's something that I've been scratching my head about. If you're with Langley, and Langley's cam through and through, I'm told, what is it you've come to accomplish here tonight?
Sophie wants to meet with you. Sophie Langley wants to meet with you. Don't ask why, she didn't tell me. She just said it has something to do with gathering allies against Boss Callahan. I'm here to arrange that meeting. The fuck? I knew nothing about this deed. They lied to me.
Mia's furious. She's looking at the pool cue and at you, as if she was figuring out the best combination for the two. It's fine. I appreciate the honesty, even if you weren't straight with my second-in-command. That I don't appreciate. Well. Ain't that an interesting proposition?
Be seriously thinking about that, about meeting with Langley. She's a hardline cam. It's a trap. It must be.
It just might be. It just might. He looks at you, pierces you with his unnaturally keen eyes. He's about to say something when a door opens at the back of the room. Hey, Torque, you, got a guest. They're in the back. Mia, won't you be a dear and keep our new friend company? I'll see what the commotion is.
Sure thing.
Torque tips his hat to you and walks to the back, joining the man who called for him. Mia glowers at you, this time weighing one of the pool balls in her hand. She looks like she has half a mind to chuck it at your face.
You gotta be quite happy with yourself, bluffing your way in here. Sorry it had to be this way. I wish I did this differently, but this is what it is. I'm not proud of myself. You shouldn't be. You made me look like a chump in front of Torque. Here, I was beginning to think you might make a good addition to our family. There's a whole lot of trust you'll have to regain before that happens now.
Torque appears from a door at the back and calls across the room. Yo, Mia, can I grab you for a second? Layla, get over here too. You go to the back room. It's basically a storage area with a single wooden desk. It's pretty cramped, especially considering there's 5 other people in there with you. Torque ushers you in and closes the door behind you and Mia. 2 burly dudes are holding somebody down. A familiar voice reaches your ears. Motherfuckers, you're gonna pay for this, you hear me? The boss is gonna fuck you up so bad you have no idea. Have you had the doubtful pleasure of meeting Mr. Saruti before, Layla?
Yeah, we met. I have a score to settle. I have a score to settle with this fucker.
You're fucked. You're so fucked you don't even know it, you stupid piece of shit. I should have ended you yesterday. The boss told you to stay away. You should have listened. That's a story and a half, ain't it? Vince, calm down now and tell me, how many of your guys are still out there on my turf? Go fuck yourself, you're done. The boss will know this stupid piece of shit fledgling came here. He knows they're with Langley. You know what that means, Torque. No, I don't. What does it mean, Vince? Now the boss can wipe you out. He'll just say you're sucking Langley's. He'll just say you're sucking Langley's tits, and all those buddies of yours, gone. You're done, Torque.
Not a bass.
Bass. Well now, if that's the case, I guess ridding NYC of your toady ass will make things any worse, will it? Actually, there's an idea. Vince mentioned that he beat you up yesterday. Did I hear that right, Layla? You wanna repay the favor?
Gladly. Gladly. She's vengeful, I'm sorry. She's vengeful, I'm vengeful.
Go right ahead. You can't stake him.
Yeah, hurt Vince a lot.
You hit Vince once, twice. He's chuckling in the beginning, but you focus your blood for some extra oomph and keep hitting him again, more, until he stops laughing. He's bruised, battered, and broken. The 2 Anarch dudes let go of him, and you kick him some more. While he's on the floor, you only stop when you hear Torque's voice. Enough's enough, Lila. You can narrate here.
He takes an old pool cue and breaks it over his knee.
Stake him and take him downstairs. Let's keep Callahan guessing about what happened to his favorite puppy.
Mia takes a sharp piece of wood and jams it into Vince's chest. His features glow slack, his entire body inert. He doesn't even give out a yelp. The other two anarchs take him out of the room.
As entertaining as that was, I think Vince and his unmatched wisdom shared more than Callahan would hope for. This changes things. Ever heard about Operation Lights Out, Layla? It was a second Inquisition effort here in NYC. A single night of raids at a magnitude never seen before, or since. The Ivory Tower got away with just a few losses here and there. No major players were hit. They managed to find safe spots and stay out of the eye of the shitstorm. Us, though, we got hit hard, all over town. Havens were rooted out, entire coteries and safe houses gone. Just like that. Nobody saw it coming. I barely got out in one piece.
Mia looks at him with concern and puts a hand on his arm. He shrugs it off, gently but surely.
Others, like my child, Barb, or Mia's sire, extinguished. But you know who got out without a scratch? Callahan. We've thought about it for the past few years. How is it that Big B managed to excuse himself from Staten Island Museum, where we used to meet, just before Staten Island Museum, before we used to meet, just before vans full of guys in body armor show up? How is it that as my baby is burning up after being shot with incendiary rounds, I also see Doug Callahan running with his tail between his legs, pushing fledglings like you in the path of the SI? We think that bastard knew what was coming and he set us up. Not just us. Some of our brothers and sisters who got hit had some of the lowest profiles in the city's lick population. Moral of the story? Callahan is an opportunistic motherfucker, and if even his thickest followers suggest he's gonna sell me out, then that's what he's gonna do, as sure as the sun rises.
Pauses for a moment, and you see him reach a decision.
You said something about Langley having an offer for me? Might be your fault in part that I'm at this juncture, but now's gonna be as good as a time as any to listen to what she has to say.
Thank God. I don't think that's wise, T.
Well, what would you have me do, then?
You said it yourself. It's this fledgling's fault. They brought this on us, so let's use them as a bargaining chip. Callahan wants them, Langley needs them. They're valuable. Me, valuable? I'm just a pawn. It's true.
That one?
Yeah. No, you're wrong. You're wrong. I'm just a pawn. That's why Sophie sent me here. Plausible deniability and all that. I'm expendable. The realization that you just summarized the entirety of the last 2 weeks or so hits you so hard, but if there was a moment to be honest with yourself, it's now. Fuck. The man puts a hand on Mia's shoulder. She calms down a bit.
We're afraid, Lila, but then again, what else is new? It's a paradox, being who we are. The hunter one night, the hunted another. Masters of the night, slaves to dawn, a duality to everything. Mia, I understand your concern, but I need you to trust me like you did before. This is my call and my responsibility. You can give me shit about it later, like I'm sure you will.
Count on. Oh, sorry, I forgot that I was narrating. He smiles, then takes on no bullshit look and points at you.
3 conditions. First, you come pick me up, personally, and bring me to the meeting spot. Anything goes sideways, it's your ass. Second, Mia's coming with me, no two ways about it. 8 eyeballs in the meeting, 2 of you, 2 of us. Nobody else. And the third, meeting is in public, downtown, some spot frequented by mortals. We see you take us anywhere fishy, we check out and fuck you up as a message to Langley. I count on it not coming to that, though. You seem likable enough. Cam hasn't gotten its talons in you yet. Keep it up, and maybe you'll come to the same conclusion we did in your own time.
I'll repeat your conditions to Sophie. I'll make sure to repeat your conditions to Sophie.
You do that. Best be on your way. Ask for me here when you need me. The bartender knows how to get in touch. Just ask him to put the owner on the line. Mia walks you... I'll do this part.
Okay.
Mia walks you to the door and accompanies you to your car.
Listen, about what I said before. Save it sounds like it's an insult. And I hope you're about to apologize also sounds like an insult. So I'm gonna go with, yeah, what about it? Yeah, what about it? I panicked. That's all that was. It was unfair, what I said. If anything, it's my fault. I'm angry with myself, and that makes me angry with you. Forget it. See ya.
He starts walking back to the bar as you start the engine and head back to Sophie's apartment. Time to give Sophie the good news. She welcomes you as openly as ever, clearly excited to see you, and for what news you might bring.
Good evening, Layla. How's your task going? You have something for me, perhaps? It's done, but there'll be trouble. I did what you asked. The meeting's set up. I suggest we take advantage of it quickly, though. There's going to be trouble. Trouble? What trouble? Callahan forbade me from meeting Torque. Boss Callahan's goons grabbed me yesterday and forced me to meet with him. He's very clear that I cannot be seen talking to Torque, or he'll have me killed. I went and did it anyway. I appreciate your dedication, I really do. I'm sorry if you got hurt. Thank you for following through. Well, let's hear it. Did Torque agree to? What did Torque agree to?
You relay the Anarch leader's conditions. You are to pick him up. You are to pick him and Mia up. The meeting should only include the four of you, and it should be held in a public space.
Those are all fair enough, although I do worry about the Mia character. Tell me, do you think she's trustworthy? Torque trusts her. Well, Torque trusts her, so we can too, I think. Very well. As for the place, I wonder if they would agree to meeting in Hudson Yards. The vessel. Plenty of tourists visit that place, but if we go there after midnight...
She seems to have made up her mind.
Yes, bring them there tomorrow night. Look for me near the top level. Will they agree to meeting in the city? Do you think Torque and Mia will agree to meeting in the city? It's Camarilla territory. Won't they be too cautious to come here? They did ask me to pick the spot, did they not? It's public and it's open. They should love it. Pick them up at midnight, drive them back to Midtown, and then drive them back to Midtown. That's the plan. I'll be waiting as long as it takes, within reason. I'm counting on you, Layla. The final puzzle piece is about to find its way to its destination. After that, we will get our just reward. You, me, Camarilla, even the Anarchs. I could kiss you.
Yes, you'd like that. You desire it. She must have caught it in your expression. She smiles.
A figure of speech, darling. Or at least, tonight. But a few nights from now? Who knows? I'm growing fond of you. And success whets my appetite for these kinds of things.
The sexual tension in the room becomes unbearable, until it suddenly disappears. Was this another one of Sophie's tricks? Or an actual spark of arousal in both of your undead bodies?
I thought you said there was no romance in this game.
Vampires can force a sort of...
Oh yeah, like, you think she's present on me for that?
That's what you're thinking.
Yep.
You're wondering whether she used an ability on you, or if this isn't, like, from yourself. You certainly felt the blood flow through you for a short moment. The warmth in your groin takes you by surprise. You didn't think you could do that anymore. Or did you just imagine it?
Use the rest of this night to rest well, Layla, and
Use the rest
rest.
of this night well, Layla, and rest.
Sorry. Use the rest of this night well, Layla, and rest. We are but a day's sleep away from shaking the city awake. She said to rest. I can't actually do that. So I'm going to meet D'Angelo. Yes, I wanna finish the rest of whatever happened with him because I want him on my side before it comes to an end. And honestly, I couldn't give less of a shit about Benoit. Is that okay with you, Revan?
It's up to you.
Let's go with Benoit. I mean, not Benoit. Sorry, D'Angelo.
As you leave your haven, a homeless man bumps into you. You turn after him, but he blends into the crowd before you can even get a look at his face. Instinctively, you check your pocket. A note, looking at Manhattan Bridge. Come over, D. You can read this.
Me? Cool.
Yeah.
Knowing there are only so many places with a good enough view of Manhattan Bridge, you decide to check the ones that are likely to be crowded at this time of night. It doesn't take long before you hit the jackpot. Jane's Carousel. As you're walking along the pier, you notice a lonely figure sitting on the bench, steel flask in hand, his legs up on the railing. Soon enough, you hear a familiar voice.
Evening turned to night, and as the final flickering rays of sunlight gave way to the kind nocturnal shadows, so did the last of the jabbering tourists give way to a blessed silence.
This guy should be a writer. He's so good.
He's an... Oh, I guess you haven't learned this yet.
And yet I couldn't shake the feeling.
Pausing mid-sentence, he leans back over the bench backrest and looks straight at you. Upside down, his face looks even creepier than usual.
That I wasn't alone.
What's in the flask? That flask. Is that what I think it is?
Depends on what you think. It's a little something from my private reserve. Call it the Drunken Sailor, because that's probably where it came from.
Alright. He takes a sip, then points the flask in your general direction.
Want some?
Yes! Yes, 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 please. Sure, why not? You smell the contents of the flask and immediately recoil. Even if it wasn't for the nasty whiff of cheap booze, the underlying scent of blood underneath isn't appetizing at all either. You know what? I'll pass. Fucking Ventru.
You won't hear me complaining. Not about that, anyway. There's been another one. Killing, I mean. Down by the docks.
Same MO? Same MO? The blood? The graffiti?
Yep, it was our gal. Alright. Victim sucked dry, same as before. Another sign on the wall. Something about impending doom and a lot he coming. The particulars escape me. You know, that night I saw her, she looked so frail, so innocent. Deep inside, I was hoping she'd be spooked, get out of town. That maybe, just maybe, that would be the end of it. But that's me, you know, hopelessly optimistic.
Oh, my Discord glitched for a sec. Sorry about that. She's doing it. So what's the plan? Okay, so what's the plan?
The plan is...
He stops mid-sentence, taking a swig of liquid courage.
we stop her, at any cost. I'd rather not involve killing the girl, but I'm starting to think that ship has already sailed.
Another swig. You're not sure of how much of this is genuine and how much of this is an act, but still, he's starting to worry you a bit.
So, anyway, I've set up a meeting. Neutral ground, public space. Shouldn't get too ugly. Still, I was hoping you could tag along.
Larson? Is it Larson again?
Nah, let's leave that poor schmuck alone for now. He's pretty clear he's just as clueless as we are.
He looks away and pats the bench next to where he's sitting.
Might want to sit for this one.
Am I meeting your parents? Yeah, am I meeting your parents? It sounds so funny. Unless you want to introduce me to your parents, I can probably handle it. Come on, who is it?
Valerie.
That murderous bitch from last time.
That one?
Hold up. I'm sorry, I've misheard you. Better put in the flask. Why is she worried about him with the flask? Like, I don't understand why she's worried. Why is she worried?
Okay, think about it. He's drinking in the flask. It's blood of a drunken
Yes.
sailor. So she's thinking
Yes.
it's like a way of saying, "What the fuck are you saying, dude? You're drunk." It's like you're drunk. Go home type.
But didn't she already drink like alcoholic blood and didn't get drunk herself? So she knows that doesn't like actually affect them that way,
It's
right?
a figure of speech. Like, are you crazy? You drank too much, obviously. Like, you're crazy. It's a figure of speech.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna say that. Better pretend the flask. Sounds cool. That blood must be an amazing vintage because you sound fucking hammered.
Hardy fucking are. Look, I know you two didn't exactly hit it off, but she's not as bad as you might think. I mean, in some respects, she's probably worse, but she can be reasoned with.
Once again, he goes for the flask, but stops himself mid-motion.
Look, the way I see it, we ain't got a choice. As much as I want to help Sana, she's clearly a few bats short of a belfry. More people are gonna die unless we do something about it.
I get it. Lesser of two evils. No, wait. You think Valerie can be trusted?
Third one?
Yeah. Do you really think we can trust someone like Valerie? D'Angelo almost does a spit take.
Fuck no. But we can do business with her. I'm just worried that her asking price might be too steep for my liking. Then again, you don't always get what you want, huh?
Noticeably proud of his words of wisdom, he tries to top him off with one last swig. A single drop falls between his crooked teeth. He looks at the empty flask with the utmost contempt.
Well, ain't that fucking poignant?
Muttering a curse under his breath, he makes a valiant effort to get off the bench. As he staggers, struggling to remain upright, you offer your shoulder to lean on. He shoots you a smile that's as crooked as it is affectionate.
Hey, kid.
You meet his gaze, trying to look friendly rather than condescending.
You're alright.
And with that heartfelt moment, you bid adieu to the sprawling vista and make your way towards the bridge. Next stop, Manhattan.
I'll take it from here.
Sounds good.
Entering the park from Midtown Manhattan, you promptly take a spot by one of the alleys, not very deep into the park. Minutes pass. 5, 10, 15. You start to wonder if she's ever even going to show up. Suddenly, you hear a familiar voice, but with an unfamiliar tone. She sounds almost nice.
Hello, Ginny. Sorry. Hello, Ginny.
And there she is, walking along the side of the fountain. She looks less out of place here than back at that junkie-infested hovel, but only by a slight margin. Something tells you there are only so many places she would feel at home, and probably not ones you would want to find yourself in.
Val?
She glances over at you, barely noting your presence.
Time. Personal, you understand. When I get caught up in the moment, I can get a bit intense.
I can attest to that.
Get a room, you two. Oh, no, wait. Let's get down to business. Let's get down to business sounds right. But as Quasar, I would say get a room, you two. Play nice, you two. We have some business to discuss here. All work and no play, huh? Why not?
She turns to D'Angelo and flutters her eyelashes. You can tell she doesn't see you as her equal, but this come-hither routine is getting kind of unnerving.
We just totally missed what Kitsune Fire said. Struggles not to be condescending equals heartfelt moments. So Ventru.
Absolutely Ventru.
She's right. It's so Ventru. Lay it on me, sugar. We have a proposition for you. We have a mutually beneficial proposition. Does the pup speak for you, Jenny? Because I'm getting a weird Source's Apprentice vibe right now.
Give the kid a break, Val. We're here about Sana, the thin blood you're after. The girl's a threat. We need to find her. Figured we can do it faster if we work together.
Uh-huh. Keep going, honey, because I have a feeling there's a catch coming up.
Catches?
Awkward silence. It's not often you see him at a loss for words. Seeing him struggle, you decide to jump in.
We want her alive. We want the girl to stay alive. See, now that's a deal breaker right there, sugar. If you want me to even consider it, you'll have to sweeten the pot.
Once again, she turns to D'Angelo.
And I bet tall, dark, and handsome over here might have some ideas. I don't like where this is going. It's hilarious. I don't like where this is going. Let's go
Really?
with that.
You don't want to
It's
say you
actually
want a
funny.
cookie?
You want a cookie? That's kind of rude, isn't it? Wait. Okay. Layla is the kind of person to say, "Just tell us what you want." Quasar is the kind of person to say, "You want a cookie?"
Alright, do you want to roleplay or you want to pick what
We're
you...
roleplaying. We're roleplaying.
So the last one.
Tell us what you want. Just tell us what you want. Oh, you're no fun anymore.
We want a higher profile target. Should show off to the prince what a good little scourge she is. That all you care about nowadays, huh? Playing the game? Climbing the ranks?
Smile creeps onto her lips. You can tell it's forced. D'Angelo definitely knows how to get under her skin.
And that's my Ginny. A big old brain and a heart to match.
Once again, she turns to you.
I knew right away he'd try to help this girl. He does love him a damsel in distress. But you, I'm not sure what your angle is. Same as you, advancement. Killing humans threatens the Masquerade. Putting a stop to it is bound to turn a couple heads. So you're not a hopeless romantic like some of us here. Good to know, in case you ever get in my way. So there, you know my terms. Contact me when you've made up your mind. Don't take too long, though. I'm a lucky girl. I might just find your little thin blood on my own. Still, I hope we can work together. Did we make a good team back in the day? No, we did make a good team back in the day, didn't we?
Slowly, seductively, she puts her arms around his shoulders. She glances over to you, clearly enjoying how awkward it makes you feel.
Do you have some explaining to do? Yeah. D, once this meeting is over, you'll have some explaining to do. You heard that, Jenny? You're in some hot water now? Anyway.
Withdrawing from the strange half-embrace, she flicks D'Angelo's nose gently with her index finger. Almost instantly, she turns from flirtatious to dispassionate.
However it plays out, I have a feeling we'll meet again, sooner rather than later. Until then.
Without sparing you another glance, she disappears down an unlit park alley. D'Angelo watches her go. The look on his face, a mixture of longing and guilt, is borderline comical. Finally, he turns back towards you, as if breaking some spell he was under.
Wait, quick thing. You know, like in the old movies where it's like there's like a detective's office and there's like a really nice, well-dressed lady who is like a widow or like a married woman, whatever, right? And she has like red hair and she comes into his office. That's what it feels like. That's the scenario here.
Kind of, yeah.
With these two.
Well, that could have gone a lot worse.
Hi, were you guys a thing? No, wait, that's me. Hi, Quasar would say, were you guys a thing? Layla would focus on the mission. Alright. A high-profile target? What did you mean by a higher profile target?
It's not what, it's whom. She wants me to give her Larson.
Why would she want Larson? Larson, would she want with him?
He's a primogen, remember? A weak one, but still. For a scourge, he's a much more valuable target than some no-name Duskborn. And it just so happens that a certain someone might have some dirt on him.
He squints, rubbing the bridge of his nose.
Fuck it, I'm heading back to the office. Need to put my feet up, get some blood flowing to the old noggin. Coming?
You nod. Why the hell not? And so you make your way toward 5th Avenue. Got a long way ahead of you, and a lot of stuff to figure out. Alright, you can take it from here.
Although it's not your first visit, you still find it hard to navigate the dark, the rust-ridden corners of the grain terminal. Luckily, this time you're with someone who could probably do this blindfolded, so you just follow his lead. As you're both climbing the rickety stairs leading to the mezzanine, you suddenly notice light coming from D'Angelo's office. A quick look assures you that no, he did not in fact leave it on. You bust through the door like the undead Tango and Hooch, or was that Turner and Cash, ready to unleash an unholy fury on the intruders. You half expect an Anarch death squad or an SI hunting party. Instead, you get Larson, who nearly falls out of his chair when you two bust in. Missed us already? It feels like such a good thing to play along. Well, look who it is. Miss us already?
Hardly.
Seemingly, both intrigued and irritated by the surprise visit, D'Angelo walks over to a cabinet and pulls out a fresh cigar.
Then may I ask what brings you here, O venerable primogen, to my humble abode?
Her.
He points at a tiny shadow cowering in the corner of the room. To your astonishment, it turns out to be a very familiar face. The blood... No, not again. Please. Did she tell you anything? Did she tell you anything?
She just keeps babbling about blood and signs and all this nonsense. She came to my house, probably figured out who I was, thought I could help. But honestly, I have no idea what to do with her. I mean, I should turn her into the prince, but that's just another strike against my people. Then again, I can't just set her loose, not after what she did. Fuck, D'Angelo. You can tell that I'm desperate if my first instinct was to come to you.
No, Larson. I would attribute that decision to what's left of your common sense.
He leans over to you.
Hey kid, I think we should call it a night. Just give me some time to talk to the girl. Maybe I'll get through to her somehow.
The sign! Always there!
Though I ain't holding my breath.
Honestly, you're glad to leave him at it. To it. Spending the night in a small room with a tiny serial killer somehow doesn't seem too appealing. Still, you're hoping D'Angelo will be alright. He's got some tough choices ahead of him. Rest, rest, rest. Rest, 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 rest.
You wake up. This is not your haven.
Oh shit.
It's a cramped space. You try to move your arms and find they are tied to your body. You can barely bend your legs.
No.
When you try to stretch your neck, you hit a cold ceiling.
Am I in a concrete enclosed coffin in the bottom of the lake?
You can't quite believe it, but this is a coffin, or something close enough to it. It vibrates slightly, but you can't hear any sounds coming from outside. It's entirely dark.
This is the first scene of the game, right? Where that guy kidnaps me?
Nope.
Call out. Let's call out here before we try to break out. Hey, anyone there? What the hell is this?
No answer. Just your voice reverberating in the small, metallic space.
I'm so
You're not
fucked.
sure what else you expected. This is bad. Suddenly, the container is moved slightly. A moment of silence. An indistinct male voice shouting. A muffled shot. Silence. Again. The lid comes off. What the? At Dr. Pavlimichia.
Hey, you.
Tell me we've hit the jackpot.
At Expert Skedaddler.
Okay, let's get out of the fuck out of here.
Seeing their faces is surprising, even more so in these circumstances. However, you realize the immediate danger and follow your companions out of the car and down a street in North Bronx. The van has crushed into another car. A familiar voice, that of Kaiser's ghoul Jackie, stumbles out of the wrecked sedan and slinks away into the darkness before you can call after him. 3 of you jog away toward the line of the trees and take shelter under some branches, just as you hear a chopper approaching. Its searchlight illuminates the wrecked van and moves towards you.
Correct.
At Zero Dark 69.
Uh-oh, let's keep a low profile and hold your fire, Layla.
You can start narrating from here.
You know things are serious because Hope pockets her phone. She then disappears from sight. You look to D'Angelo, but he's not there. It must be his disappearing trick again. You're left alone with just seconds to make your move before the spotlight finds you. Dive under a bush. Yeah, dive under a bush. Seeing no better option, you find the nearest bush and dive right underneath it. It's probably the best or the smartest thing to do, but you have to trust your gut.
Not the best. Not the best.
Yep.
No. It says not the best. You said the best.
No, I said not. Oh shit, I think it got cut out. It's probably not the best or the smartest thing to do, but you have to trust your gut. The illumination passes only inches away from you, but it's just a pattern of light on the ground. The trees block a good portion of it. It doesn't dwell well on you. It doesn't seem like they spotted you or any of your companions. The helicopter flies on, its searchlight frantically moving through the vicinity as your companions once again appear in your proximity. A team's in position, and the perimeter is clear. Let's get moving before the Inquisition shows up again. Wait, the SI? Wait, the Second Inquisition? What do they have to do with anything?
That personality is overrated.
D'Angelo, feel free to fill them in and feel free to fill them in while I keep an eye out for a ride, okay?
Yes, I did a number on you. Your Haven got raided, and they took you for a ride upstate. They have a facility somewhere out of town, not a place you'd want to be. The thing that surprised me the most, though, it was Kaiser who contacted us and let us know.
Yes. What about Sophie? Is she safe? If they hit my Haven, then what about Sophie? Is she safe?
She's been in the game for years. I'm sure she's doing just fine, sipping gourmet blood out of an expensive glass, or whatever that fancy broad does.
At Creative Goblin.
Time! The cavalry's here. Never had a chance to peek into Kaiser's limos. I hope the old fart had good ideas about moving data I hope the old fart had good ideas for a moving data fortress, because I'm about to steal them.
Go ahead.
Kaiser's familiar car stops nearby. The back door opens. Your allies usher you inside and join you. But being inside this mobile fortress never felt like a relief until now.
Hey, fledgling. Miss me?
Yeah, actually. Yeah, actually, I kind of did.
Aw, that's so sweet. I hate to break it to you, but I don't take a sudden liking to you. I'm here on business. On brand. You'd know a thing or two about that, wouldn't you, detective? You are here now, only because I told your buddies that you were neck deep in shit. That van you were in? One-way ticket to Hurtville, Pennsylvania. I broke you out as a favor. Now you owe me. Big.
Hope snorts.
What's so funny, Jester?
Hurtville, Pennsylvania?
What, you like it?
At Aegis Scum.
Yeah, it's literally the funniest thing I've ever heard. Is there an Usenet where you workshop these bits with other ancient demons? Can I get in?
Everyone's a critic.
How did you know? How the hell did you know SI broke into my haven and took me away?
Is that a piss-poor attempt at an insult, fledgling? I've kept eyes on you ever since that little job you did for me in Nolita. You know, in case I needed you for something else, I had to know your comings and goings.
I guess the rumors are true. The old fart is surprisingly good at keeping up with the information flow in the city, despite his age. Probably in the top 3.
Gee, thanks, sugar. To be fair, you're probably in the top 10.
He grins with what you assume is a lecherous smile. Hope seems momentarily insulted by this top 10 remark.
I have a good idea of why the SI hit you, Layla. Not that there aren't tons of good reasons for it. Might have been one of these, for instance.
Shit. The screens in Kaiser's car flicker, and each of them now shows a short, looped clip. It's you getting into a fight, feeding, using one of your powers.
You haven't exactly kept a low profile, fledgling. I get it, you're new to this, you didn't know better, yada yada yada. Fact is, SI has tons of this stuff. Security camera footage, YouTube videos posted by onlookers, social media posts from victims, you name it. Like I said though, I don't think any one of these did you in. Slip-ups happen.
Not to you though, right? I always wondered, how is it that you can drive a pompously luxurious limo around NYC, not get caught? What's your secret? Body doubles? Decoy cars?
Kaiser smiles, going for that anthropomorphic piranha look you saw a few times before.
You do know what killed a cat, don't you, Mr. Finch?
D'Angelo freezes and scratches his face, looking fiercely at the other Nosferatu. You notice that his hands are shaking.
Well, do you? Stop shitting on the upholstery and answer. Or should I use your given name too?
Yeah, I know why the cat croaked.
You would, wouldn't you?
You've never seen D'Angelo serve anyone a death stare quite like that. Quite like the one he's shooting Kaiser now.
As much as I enjoy tempering your overinflated ego, we're nearing our destination, so I think I'll move on. The reason I need you walking and talking, Layla, is to test a hypothesis of mine. For that, I need you to finish what you were tasked to do. So first things first, here.
He hands you a phone. The number has already been dialed. You hear the tone, somebody picks up. So, who's the- no, sorry. Who's this? It's me, Sophie. It's me, Sophie. Layla, are you okay?
They're fine and dandy.
Kaiser? What are you doing on this line?
What do you think? It's my phone your protege is using, so keep it snappy. Operating a secure network ain't cheap. Come on, Layla, spit it out.
Kaiser saved me from the SI. Or no, my friend saved me from the- no, Kaiser did save me. I should probably also say my friend saved me, right? God damn it. I'll say my friend saved me from the SI. Because technically Kaiser's one of my- yeah, because Kaiser's one of my friends. Second one. Hope and D'Angelo saved me from the Second Inquisition, Sophie. I only got up because of them. The companions look at one another knowingly. SI? That's what I feared. Listen, the plan. We need to do it tonight. But if the Inquisition is involved and you broke out, they'll be looking for you, so we can't meet in public. I have a place in mind, but Kaiser, are you listening?
Would I tell you if I wasn't?
Layla, call this number from where you visited before the last we spoke. I'll come pick you up. She hangs up.
And that's that.
At James Cameron of Night Court.
Riddles, riddles, riddles. Secrets, secrets, secrets. Can a girl get a hint here?
So Kitsune, if she had picked the option Kaiser saved me, her friends would be disappointed.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Because Kaiser, your friend, concern.
You never did tell me what kind of work you did for Langley.
Don't play coy, D'Angelo. Must have figured out at least some of it out. Don't worry, we'll have plenty of time to compare notes after we let our mutual acquaintance continue with their night. If my intel's worth a damn, your next stop, Layla, is right about here.
The car comes to a stop and the doors open. Outside, you see the street lights, the street leading to Solids and Strips. Torque's Pool Pub.
Well, you need me to kick you out?
What about my companions? What about Hope and D'Angelo?
What about them? They're staying right where they are. And we're gonna have a little chat. After we're done, I'm sure they'll find their way back to their havens just fine. Clock is ticking. Think I know what Sophie wants to do tonight, and if I'm right, tonight's the last chance you got. If you want to say bye to your buddies before you go, that's fine by me. But that schedule of yours is pretty hectic, so you better do it now and scram.
Thank your companions for the help. You thank both of your companions for their assistance. Without them, you wouldn't be here now. Kaiser makes a gagging gesture and urges you to step out of the car.
Okay.
This is you?
Actually, you can take
So-
this.
I'm assuming this is endgame, right? Like, complete endgame? Like, this is the last thing?
No more quests.
Shit. Holy shit. I'm so glad I followed up with D'Angelo. Like, God, if I didn't. Okay. You turn around and make your way to the bar.
In some endings, you only get one companion, that's it.
Yeah. But I got 2! Yay! And also, is Benoit technically someone who'd be a companion if I actually went through with his thing?
You want to know who Benoit really is?
Yes.
I can tell you now.
Okay.
He's Sophie Langley's child. Sophie's his sire.
Oh, shit. Okay, well, I don't give a shit about him.
He's actually a very important
Is he?
character.
But, like,
He
is
appeared-
he important to the story?
Somewhat, and he's very important in the next story, Shadows of New York.
Okay, well, yeah, in that one, I'll care. But right now, he's just, like, you know, like, he's just there to, like, waste my time, literally.
Not really.
What was he gonna do? Okay, what could I have done with him if I went through his line?
He won't be a member of your coterie, but you you learn more about ancient vampire history, how the vampire were created. Who was the first one.
Okay, fine.
He tells
fine.
you all the
That's-
ancient lore.
That's cool. But action is where it's at. So I'm
There is
glad
action.
with the choices that
There
I
is
made.
action.
There is?
He tells you to meet the priest at his home, and he tries to get you to hug the priest, and there is a
What the
moment. He's a vampire who's kind of very holy. Very Christian. And the feeling is almost painful, such that you almost attack the priest and kill him, unless you escape.
Oh my god.
Yeah, Kitsune, Quasar's just thinking this because this is what do they call it? Sinking ship, or she internally. I know Quasar's a lore hound. She regrets not taking that. She's just saying, he sucks, whatever, because I didn't get to meet him. It's like that fable about that fox who sees those grapes, and he's like, those grapes probably taste like shit, and not because I can't reach them and eat them. You know what? They probably taste like shit anyways. Yep, absolutely.
Hey, don't expose me to the people here, alright? Like,
She's your DM.
Level of secrecy.
She's your DM. She probably knows you better than I do.
She
If
does
anything,
know.
she's exposing.
She totally knows.
If anything, she's exposing you to me.
My new character too, Freya, like, it's straight up, that's basically her mentality. Like, oh, it's not that I can't do it, it's that I don't want to.
Alright.
Alright.
Go ahead.
You turn around and make your way to the... Wait, Revan knows what's up, yeah. You turn around and make your way to the bar. The door closes behind you and Kaiser's limo starts moving again. You hope your companions won't have to pay too high of a price for helping you. The Solids and Stripes is pretty much abandoned tonight, with only the bartender and one bleary-eyed local watching an old Bogart movie on the bar screen. You ask to use the phone and call Sophie first. Yes? Are you on your way? I'm here. Are you on your way? Yes, we'll be there in about 15 minutes. Notify Torque if he's not there. We'll need to talk soon and move quickly. She hangs up. You tell the bartender to notify Torque, just like the Anarch leader mentioned you should. The man makes a short call, and you only hear somebody picking up, but no words exchanged.
The owner's on his way right now. Can I get you anything while you're waiting?
Why does this guy look so shady? His eyebrows look really shady. I'm scared. Do you serve the special stuff? Yes, please. I need that special stuff. Actually, do you serve the, special stuff? The bartender raises an eyebrow.
Special reserve, you mean? Sorry, I can only serve that to a narrow selection of the owner's friends.
Presents. Yeah. Come on, I won't tell anybody. Just a sip of the good stuff.
Yeah, okay, but just a little, okay? So they don't notice any of it missing.
He takes out a bottle from the safe behind the counter and pours a bit of brown liquid into a glass. Damn it! It's whiskey. Damn it! I thought it was blood.
There.
Fuck.
Enjoy.
Your disappointment is palpable. At least the smell is nice. Shoot. Torque comes in some 10 minutes later, without Mia. He tips his hat to you, puts a hand on the bleary-eyed patron's shoulder, and says something to him under his breath. They both laugh.
Marty, how's the night going? Quiet, sir. Just how you like it, huh?
Torque notices the untouched glass with a bit of whiskey in it that you persuaded the bartender to pour.
For me? You shouldn't have.
He takes the glass and drinks the liquid, moving it around in his mouth before swallowing. He looks you in the eye.
Sure, I won't keep it in forever, but the night when I don't enjoy the taste of good whiskey is the night when I will truly consider myself damned. Well, Layla, I believe you wanted me here for a reason. Let's hear it.
You're about to tell him what brought you here when the doors to the bar open and Sophie walks in. All splendor and charisma. The patron's eyes are now glued to her, and so are the bartenders. Torque isn't happy with the sight.
Well, this isn't what we agreed on, Layla. Care to explain?
We had to improvise. Things got complicated. We had to improvise. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. I believe Layla already told you why I'm here?
Not in any detail, and the circumstance of our meeting were supposed to be different. So, Miss Langley, tell me why I shouldn't ask you to leave and kick out your protege while I'm at it.
You will like what I have to say.
Yeah, I heard that line 100 times, but 99 of those end with somebody getting hurt. And that's not something I'm in the mood for tonight.
We're wasting time. There is a unique opportunity we should take advantage of, and we only have an hour or so to discuss it before it'll be time to act. My driver is waiting outside.
Wait a goddamn minute. First of all, I'm not going anywhere without Mia. That was the deal. Second, it's Lila who's supposed to do the driving, not your servant.
Both serve me, so it's not really... Both serve me, so really it's of little difference. The circumstances changed and we had to adapt. Don't be stubborn. Foolishness does not suit you. I have a secure spot in mind where we can talk.
I'll stop you right there.
Torque is seething, but he's keeping a lid on his anger. His voice barely changes.
My conditions were clear. The way I hear it, you want to break each one of them. I see no reason at all to agree to any of this. I believe I'll be staying put tonight. You have places to be. Yes?
Torque, you're throwing away the only chance you have at challenging Callahan. Don't be a fool. The lid comes off.
Call me a fool one more time, woman. That's not the only thing I'm gonna be throwing.
You're both acting like children. You're both acting like children. You need to put your differences aside and see the other's point of view. Both Sophie and Torque glare at you. No powers, just their personas are enough to make you feel like you prefer to be anywhere else but here.
Who the fuck do you think you are?
There is only one child here, Layla.
You're their patron, Langley. What does that tell us?
What are you implying, you insolent? Shots break the front windows, and the flashbang goes off in the room, changing the bar into a space of white light and ringing noise. You feel somebody tugging at your back, and are thrown behind the bar. More shots ring out, bottles break, and the TV shatters to pieces. The wooden bar splinters. Your sight comes back, but you think you've gone deaf, because suddenly the room is silent. You see Torque beside you and Marty, the bartender, bleeding out on the floor. Look over the bar. Sophie is standing there, her dress partially tattered, a visible hole in her leg. She's likely the heart of a supernova, entrancing, unavoidable, beautiful, and terrifying. In front of her are 8 operatives, looking like a private military force, just standing there, paralyzed by Sophie's magnificence. Torque, you still there?
Yeah.
Would you kindly show our guests some hospitality?
Sure thing.
The Anarch is gone in the blink of an eye, and he reappears next to one of the soldiers. The armor-clad operative's head disappears in a puff of blood and bone. The same thing happens to the second, the third. You hear the radios go off on the other soldiers' shoulders, a panicked voice pleading for them to wake up. The fourth head pops, the fifth. You finally realize what's happening, but it's too late. The sixth man is beheaded by what you now see is just Torque's bare-fisted punch. Torque stops by the seventh man, rips something off his neck, and bites down. Sophie walks over to the last man and has him kneel in front of her before biting as well. On your right, a man in full body armor emerges from the back door, raising an assault rifle.
What the fuck?
Fortitude. It's not smart, but it's what your instincts tell you to do. You jump in front of the soldier just as he pulls the trigger. Bullets sink into your body, ripping and tearing your flesh, each projectile microbomb exploding inside you. A combat knife crashes through the soldier's visor and into his skull. You turn around, Torque's grinning. He mouths something under his breath.
Langley?
Sophie wipes her mouth of blood and looks at him.
That meeting's still an item?
Yeah,
I'll take it.
splendid. Torque walks behind the bar and checks on the bartender. You see the Anarch open his wrist and feed blood to the wounded man.
Drink up, Marty. It'll make you feel better. Get the hell out of here and wait for Mia. She's coming. She'll know what to do.
Torque?
Yeah, coming. Take the back door. Layla, come on.
You slink back into an alley behind the bar, leaving 10 bodies and 1 grievously wounded ghoul behind. Nobody stops you from circling around the block and finding your way to Sophie's car. Gregory drives away casually, as if this was just another late-night drive, and not the crowning of a desperate, complicated evening.
I'll take it over here.
Sophie? Sure.
Sophie brings you all to a luxurious apartment in Manhattan's Upper West Side. The way she explains it, the vampire who owned it left the city a few years ago, and gave away spare keys to a few trusted compatriots. It's been used sporadically since. Fancy.
It always felt too modern for my tastes, but what's important is it's secure.
As long as nobody followed your car here, or the fledgling. Trouble follows this one wherever they go.
Even if that's the case, we have very little time to conduct our business here anyway. We'll be leaving soon, I hope. So let's begin. Stay silent.
You look at Sophie, excited. Finally, you will learn what it is that you've been working towards for more than a week, and what it is that Kaiser wanted you to participate in.
On good authority that the boss Callahan is bloodbound to Prince Panhard.
Orc sucks air in loudly. That's an accusation and a half there, Langley. You got proof?
No, but we're just a boat ride away from getting it.
What is that supposed to mean?
Layla, the address that I produced from Kaiser, was the meeting spot for Panhards and the Baron's regular sharing of blood. Messily, and with unseemingly enthusiasm if the rumors are true.
Wait, Kaiser knew about this?
Is there anything that insufferable clump of dead skin doesn't know in the city? He knows things, but only shares them if you pay. Neither the prince nor Callahan can touch him. He's too useful. Kaiser said saving me was in his interest. Kaiser said something about having plans for me, that he wanted me to make this meeting happen. That can't be good, right? That is an interesting point. I think Kaiser might be as interested in shaking up the status quo as we are. A chaotic landscape makes for a great market for him, unlike a static one.
I don't like playing to that creep's hands, but at least now I know what I'm doing. The devil you know and all that. What was the address he gave you?
They meet regularly on Ellis Island. In fact, their next scheduled meeting starts in around just half an hour.
Hot damn! I'm guessing you want to crash that meeting. Why?
So you can see the proof for yourself, so that I can make sure, too, and so that I have an extra pair of eyes for Panhard to consider when I present her my ultimatum. The prince must abandon her seat and leave New York City. She can go wherever she pleases, but if she stays, the entire court will know, and the next prince might not look favorably on her past. Dealing with the Anarchs, especially so closely, is a punishable offense with the Camarilla, as I am sure you've heard.
So I did. Torque strokes his beard and looks intently at Sophie. What exactly are you trying to accomplish here? Say you remove Panhard, and I even remove Callahan. Then what?
Torque, did you ever wonder why Callahan is keeping you in check? Because I wondered why the prince condemns the Anarchs during her visits to Elysium, but doesn't allow the Ivory Tower to challenge you. She, or they, have engineered the status quo not for the good of their sex, but for private gain. They keep us all in line because it lets them hold on to power that much longer.
And your goal is what? Make this Cold War turn hot? Not a great plan. You cammies will get your butts kicked out in NYC in no time.
And if you Anarchs manage to organize, which I doubt you will, at any rate, it's a risk I'm willing to take. I don't stand alone in this. This entire operation has been years in the making. Torque, I'm offering you a chance to square things with Callahan and level the playing field. If we get rid of these two, we can start on equal footing at the next stage of this dance macabre. How do I factor into this plan? Are you copying? Why am I here? How do I factor into this plan? Or why am I here listening to this? Oh crap. Okay, whatever. Do I factor into this plan at all? Yes, we'll be taking you with us to Ellis Island, both as another set of eyes to witness to witness the Prince and Baron in the act, and a bit of added security. I don't think Helen or Callahan would dare to lay a finger on me, but they will not find me unprepared.
You know, after all those years spent in Callahan's shadow and taking part in all the kindred dick measuring contests, I should expect a ruse, some ploy to kill me in an out-of-the-way place. That's our inherent paranoia talking. My gut tells me it's time to get this show started. I do hope you have a boat nearby, Langley. Sophie smiles mischievously.
Of course I do. It's just waiting for us by the pier.
Lead the way then, moonlight's burning. The three of you leave the apartment and walk toward the pier. Nobody seems to be following you. You get on a small patrol boat and double time it through the Hudson's cold, dark waters. Out of all the places in NYC where the Prince and the Baron could meet, and it's Ellis Island, a landmark with a dark past, A museum on one hand, a dilapidated piece of history on the other. You leave the boat and make your way to the southern part of the island, paying no heed to the renovated tourist attractions on the northern side. You expected some resistance, a night guard, a helicopter flying overhead, maybe an NYPD patrol boat. Nothing. The island seems completely deserted. It's clear this sets Sophie on edge. She's moving as quietly and subtly as ever, but you can see that she's eager to reach the particular house her intel pointed out. Torque is following suit, grimly determined, flashing his piercing gaze all over, still clearly uncertain that this isn't some kind of con. Finally, you see it. Light coming from a window in one of the buildings at the edge of the island. 3 of you slowly creep closer to the building and take a look inside the window. There it is. Callahan kneeling in front of the prince, sucking on Panhard's wrist. Both fully clothed. Small blessing. Torque makes his move. Before Sophie can stop him, he busts through the building's doors. It all happens very quickly. Torque grabs Callahan by the shoulders, throws him through the still open door. Callahan hits the ground, hard. Torque appears on top of him and starts punching. You fucker! You piece of shit!
Stop!
Prince's voice takes hold for just long enough to make Torque relent. Give me 1 second.
The sound again? Yep.
Yeah. The prince's voice takes hold for just long enough to make Torque relent, which the Baron uses to the fullest. He shoves Torque off of himself and tries to bite down.
Prince, call off your lapdog. Langley, what is the meaning of this?
The 2 anarchs break apart, both wounded, but neither is quite done yet. They look at one another with pure hatred.
Kill the bitch, Helen, but leave the fledgling to me. Right after I deal with this shit stain, I'm gonna...
A shrill, unpleasant laugh fills the air. You know who it belongs to. So entertaining. Truly. It feels almost a shame to break up this spectacle. But alas...
Does he say spectacle? It's spectacle.
Spectacle.
It's really funny if he actually says spectacle, just because he's extra.
He didn't.
Thomas?
Who the fuck is this joker? Ah, yes, I don't think we've met, though I did hear a lot about you, Mr. Torque. My name is Thomas Arturo, and I... Callahan uses this moment.
Should I switch to the narration?
Go for it.
Sure. Callahan uses this moment of uncertainty to strike. He's still too slow for Torque, who throws the boss onto the lawn where the 2 exchange blows once again.
Helen, if you'd be so kind as to ask your friend to not hurt our guest too much.
Callahan, don't kill him. This time, Callahan comes out on top and grabs Torque in an iron hold. Your companion struggles, but can't quite break free. Break away, whatever.
I will not be denied, Helen. Not this time.
You will do as I command.
And she will do as I command her, Douglas, old boy.
The fuck? What?
Like I was saying before, I was so rudely interrupted. I feel like I need to break up this little spectacle. It's been going on for much too long. You think you're so smart, Langley, you and your clique. Figured out that there was something fishy going on, all on your own, but you're always working with just a piece of the puzzle. Wasn't she, Layla?
Sophie looked to you, shocked and disappointed. What are you talking about, Arturo? What are you...
What I'm talking about, you ask? You fledgling. You don't know. How could you? Only I knew. And your sire, of course. They're the one who agreed to embrace you. After some negotiations.
You hear a scream and a curse. It's Callahan, whose arm has been nearly ripped off his body. Torque breaks out of Baron's grasp, but does not continue the attack.
Remember the first scene?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now you
That
know.
was him?
That's Arturo.
It was Thomas? But who did he grab, though, in the coffin? Was that me?
Your sire.
Oh, he grabbed my sire. Oh. And he took my sire to then turn me. Okay.
Yep.
What the fuck is going on? Alright, continue. Instead, he's at the edge of the water in the blink of an eye and disappears into the Hudson. The only trace of him left is his fedora. Of course.
Another actor going off script at the very end, No matter. Let him bring us some amusement now that the production is almost wrapped up.
He'll reach his allies. He'll tell everyone of this.
Helen, even if we naively assume his nights aren't numbered now that he's on the SI's sights, this show must go on one way or another. Won't hurt to encourage leaks and speculation.
Sophie looks at you. How could you, Layla? I saved you. Arturo suddenly appears next to her and slaps her in the face.
Langley. What happened to your self-esteem? You can't really think a simple neonite has outplayed you. Or maybe this oblivious act is your way of groveling for mercy?
Thomas, what?
You thought that being an expert chess player would always be enough. You never realized the people at the top simply flip the chessboard over and punch you in the face whenever they don't like how the game is going.
Questions for the remaining kindred. To the remaining kindred.
But the thing is, you weren't even adept at playing the game you knew. Layla, just another pawn, placed on the board by my associate. You thought they were your piece since you took them in. But who gave you that idea?
You return to the night where you were judged by Prince Panhard. Woman read Sophie. Somebody speaking to her. A man in glasses. The man standing before you now. I knew it. Like, oh, I didn't know that he told her about like all this whatever. But like the man in glasses, I knew that was him because we were introduced to him later. Remember?
This is cruel. We know what's going to happen. If only somebody would speak up for the poor child, they could be a useful tool for the Camarilla.
Holy shit. Terror creeps onto Sophie's face.
Of course, those are not the words you heard, were they? No. You were already grasping for some opportunity to further your scheme. I put the bait out, and you took it hook, line, and sinker. After that, it was only a matter of time before you started using Layla as your errand girl. No one is quite as easy to track and monitor as a naive fledgling who's just learning the ropes.
Naive
fledgling who's just learning the ropes.
Naive differently, but whatever. What is it you want, Thomas?
What do I want? Oh boy, the answer is so simple, but so hard to put into words. Unstable stability, cutting-edge tales of thrills and intrigue that push it to the limit, and then return you to the tried and tested status quo, gently, infallibly. A system full of distractingly moving parts which simulate conflict so convincingly that its users never feel a need to direct their energy toward upsetting the system. Achieving the eternal through the disposable, building a city that's like a ship of Theseus, constantly changing its parts, yet always maintaining the same purpose, serving the same goal at all times. A large-scale infrastructure that has something like an exhaust system for the spirit, something that disperses the toxicity around, instead of concentrating it in a single place.
So, none of what you're saying makes the slightest bit of sense. Arturo is momentarily stopped in his tracks. He stares into the sky for a few seconds before a sad grin appears on his face.
Spoken like someone who's never really had what it takes to make it in the big leagues.
With a theatrical snap of his fingers, he gives his last sentence a sense of finality. Something's changed in the air. You could swear you saw a shadow move behind Sophie. Oh fuck. Oh fuck.
Why?
Oh fuck.
Sophie?
Oh fuck. Oh. Person appears behind Sophie. You can't believe your eyes. It's Adelaide Davis, holding garden shears in her hands. Oh, who's Adelaide again?
The woman stalking you.
Oh yeah, that one. Dominate. Command Adelaide to stop. Adelaide, stop! You hear the sheer snip. Sophie's red hair conceals her face as her head falls, separated from her shoulders. Silence. Arturo's unpleasant laughter erupts right next to you.
Oh, Layla, your career is moving at a breakneck pace, moving up and up and up. Let me congratulate you on your promotion.
What do you want from me? What do you want from me?
What's the rush? I was about to get to that. Helen, feel free to leave us and take the Baron with you.
Thomas, I don't think you should.
Shush. You're just being jealous. Adelaide, escort the prince and dear old Douglas, please.
Sure thing, darling. You are left alone next to Sophie's body. You try not to look at it, but it's hard to ignore her lithe frame decomposing right in front of your eyes.
Congratulations, you've won this little game. You've set out on a suicide mission and successfully brought down the power-hungry wannabe tyrant, even if it probably wasn't the way you imagined it. Now you're free to enjoy paradise again, life after death, immortality, eternal youth. What they don't tell you is, of course, living in paradise is inherently sinful when not everyone can partake. But you have time to learn how to live with sin, don't you?
He takes a maniacal look at the city skyline surrounding him.
Melancholic.
Sorry. I mean, maniacal fits him right now. He
Not
takes
really.
a melancholic... Alright. He takes a melancholic look at the city skyline surrounding him, the Statue of Liberty and the lights of Manhattan shimmering in the distance.
You know, New York taught me to believe in fate. My unlife began right here, and it began with utter despair. My first instinct was to drown myself in books and keep reading and reading until literature gave me the piece of wisdom I needed to go on. Personally, I find reading a silly hobby in retrospect. I always had this minuscule hope that the next sentence I'd read could finally bring me salvation. But it never did. It only gave me fuel for this elevated, righteous, intellectual suffering. But the more I read, the easier it was for me to boil every paragraph down to a power relationship, the characters' influence over each other, the writer trying to impress the reader, etc. The strings everyone pulls started to look like strands that weave into the fabric of fate. And once I saw its beauty, I got teary-eyed. My architect instincts kicked into overdrive. I didn't have to submit to fate. All I had to do was cooperate with it and wait for my time to shine, give it my input, wherever needed, until it trusted me to do more.
Thomas steps over what's left of Sophie, wiping his glasses with an elegant cloth from his pocket.
And it did. Fate let me look after this city. With my architect's tools, I started quietly shaping the streets and corridors, while Kaiser and his ilk shaped the information flow. And among many tools this process gave me, one of them was a way to reliably come up with useful agents like you. The methods I used were crude at times, but the root was there. All you had to do was follow it. Some people write rulebook passages, the others plan city archeries. In the end, the effect is the same. Someone always follows.
He puts on the glasses and gives you a long, hard look.
You know, I've grown fond of you. You did so well. Even when that idiot Callahan tipped the Inquisition off, you still got out. I like that kind of resourcefulness. I could use that kind of resourcefulness.
He uncovers his wrist.
So, take my blood. Just enough, so we can start off on the right foot. As a sign of good faith. A sign that you're ready to play in the big leagues. Ready to behold the sights I've prepared for you. What do you say, Layla?
Oh my god, that's the end?
Yep.
Holy shit! Oh
You're
my...
You're just a
Oh
pawn.
my god.
Nothing
No,
mattered.
that exact. Okay, it's not even funny because like, okay, so you know that emote that Kitsune Fire just used of the cat like holding both its head and like going like, what the fuck? I literally just did that before she posted it. Like, oh my god. Okay, hold. Okay, so this guy, Arturo, was the mastermind behind all of this. All right, cool. But why? Like, what is there to gain from this? What did he want? He just wanted to train me?
Is
it? This whole thing?
He's an old vampire. To him, everything is an elaborate game of chess. It's like a video game.
Well, it's more like designing something, not necessarily chess. Because he said if he were in the big leagues, he would just throw the board over.
Yeah,
It's not about chess.
He likes designing things. He likes using things. He likes to control things, manipulate things.
Only everything to gain.
And that's
Oh my
literally what
God.
happens in every VTM. The true
Oh my
lesson of
God.
VTM is that you're powerless. In this game of backstabbing, you are truly powerless. You either
Yo.
give up your principles and survive, or you die.
You know what this reminds me of? Have you ever played the Danganronpa series?
I'm familiar with it, but no.
Okay, good, because we should play that next. In Danganronpa, the core beliefs are hope and despair, Kibo and Zetsubo, which is the Japanese way of saying it, and God, like this. Holy shit! Like, is this the one ending? Can you ever save Sophie?
No. Nope.
Damn.
Now, Shadows of
Oh
New
my
York,
God.
which is right at the bottom left here, that has
Yeah.
two endings. That has multiple endings.
Okay.
But you only play
Okay,
as one
okay.
character, Julie, who's
Yeah.
pictured there.
Okay. Damn, we should play the next one too. But like, I think maybe like,
I think it might be
we should
worth
get
playing
you
the.
to-
I think it might be worth playing the next one because it kind of completes everything nicely.
Is this like? Is it only like a It's not. It's a. Is there only a sequel? Like, there's no like. Is that the end of it? Is that where it rounds it off, like completely?
They haven't made another game after this.
Okay. So, and this came out when the Shadows of New York.
This one came out last year. It references COVID and the pandemic in the storyline.
Oh, interesting. That's really cool. In Valhalla, Assassin's Creed Valhalla, they did the exact same thing, and that was very interesting to me. But wow, okay, I can't get over the fact that like after everything we did,
None of it mattered.
every single most of the choices I made because I was looking out for Sophie, right? Like I was like, all right, she chose me. I need to like show her that I'm capable.
You were just a pawn against her.
Holy fuck! I was trying, even up till the end. I was trying to protect her. God damn! That is so. I can't put it into words. How like.
And now
Basically
your
empty.
character is bloodbound to Arturo.
Yeah, I know, and I have to work around. Does this character come up?
Yes, all of these characters. In fact,
No,
all of
but-
the character you play as, your
Yeah,
character is
does she come up in-
vaguely, your character is vaguely mentioned in the next game, and all your coteries, every single member of your coterie plays an important. Even all four of them, Agathon, Hope, D'Angelo, and Tamika, all four of them play extremely important roles in the next game.
So, Kitsune Fire said this. It bothers me that Sophie's. Okay, I'll say it in a different voice.
I
It bothers me that.
I can read what she's saying, but let's see.
All right, you can do it. I mean, she's a. It's
Her tongue just keeps
a
going.
female,
Maybe
so
it's
I
like
can
something
read
else.
it for her.
Um,
Let's go read it out for everyone else, whoever,
Yeah, it's
because
meant-
we're gonna put this on YouTube.
it's meant
So-
to be unsettling.
It bothers me that Sophie's lips and the blood on her finger are all similarly colored. The angle of her tongue just keeps throwing me off and makes me think that it's like something else. Yep. Yeah, I know, right? Like the thing is, Kitsune Fire, like when I first started with the whole like the actual coterie business before, like not the vampire part was okay, but like when the coterie stuff started and like you had the options to choose who you want to go visit first, I was like, okay, let's go visit Hope because she seems interesting, right? And the thing is, when I went to go visit Hope and I spoke to her and stuff, at first, like, she's like, oh, help me with my cam show. And so I was like, is this going to be kind of like sexual and stuff? Like that kind of thing? And she's all like, oh, I'm going to bite my arm and, bleed out and everything. And it's like, okay, so this is a snuff thing. This is like kind of getting worse. And then it's like, no, it's completely unexpected. And every single time this game I thought something was coming up, it was like the exact opposite of what I assumed. Or not even the exact opposite. It was along the same lines, but I just couldn't see that next part of the game. And I think that's how it's supposed to be designed. You're not supposed to predict it because twists, right? But like, man, like, I knew the initial scene, the first scene of the game where that guy is talking to you, or talking to someone. I thought that was going to be someone kidnapped you and talked to you, which is why I was like, oh my god, I'm in that coffin and someone's going to kidnap me and talk to me, as in the beginning of the game. I didn't expect they were talking. Yeah, they were talking to my sire, which was completely, like, I did not know that at all, going in. Wow. So this dude, Arturo, he's just collecting a bunch of, like, talented people and blood bonding them, like, to submission, basically, right?
For his own pleasure and satisfaction.
So I'm assuming Panhard...
Arturo's basically a very old vampire. And old vampires like this, they do shit like that.
And what's it called? Panhard's also bloodbound to him, probably? Because that's why...
bloodbound to him, yep.
Yeah, because Panhard's been, like, following everything. Yeah, it was a nice twist on the unexpected twist. Yeah, exactly Kitsune Fire. That's exactly what it was. It was predictable as to where it was going in terms of, like, there's many twists, but, like, how do I say it? Like, I could follow the path of the twist up until the last twist, which was completely out of nowhere, like out of left field for me. I did not see it coming, which was freaking awesome, but also I have so many questions, and I hope they will be answered in Shadows of New York. And if they aren't, then obviously, like how many other people does Arturo have under his belt? Is there any other forces like him that is competing against him? Is he the oldest vampire, or are there older ones? And what do they think of him doing this?
He's not the oldest vampire.
Okay. And then also, what is his actual ultimate goal? Because right now, what we've seen is just a step of his plan.
Think about this.
Right?
Think about this. You're an immortal being who's lived centuries. At some point, you lose goals. At some point,
that's true.
You lose ambition. Humans, there's a saying that humans tend to have ambition and goals, strong goals, because we know we're gonna die someday. We don't know when, so we want to meet those goals. That inevitability gives us a purpose in life. Sometimes when you live too long, you forget that, and now everything's just boring entertainment to you.
What is Shadows of New York about then? Like, give me the summary of it, or not the summary, but like like the intro to the game,
sure.
Like the back of a book, but that kind of thing.
Yeah. So Julie, who's pictured on the bottom left, is an investigative journalist for a newspaper in New York, and she's investigating a story about this corrupt CEO. He sexually assaulted women, did all sorts of shady things.
You mean the boss? Like that guy, like the guy in the game, Layla's
not
boss?
Not him. Somebody else completely. Somebody else new. And she's about to do an expose on him. And her manager says she can't publish the story because of the head honchos. The people who own the newspaper, they won't allow the story to be published. And Julie's kind of pissed. And then her boss says, oh, and also, you're fired.
Shit.
And Julie could tell that this wasn't his decision. It came down from the head honchos. And also her whole life's kind of been shitty. A lot of her contacts and sources, they got outed. And they're angry at her. Because with journalism, you gotta keep your sources anonymous. There's a confidentiality there. If the source gets outed, you're done as a journalist.
Of course.
And on top of that, her parents live far away. Her whole life is tattered, falling apart. She does have a girlfriend, and her girlfriend kind of tells her to chill out with her. On the way home,
she gets knocked out, and this isn't a spoiler, this is all literally in the beginning of the game, you'll see.
Okay.
She gets knocked out, she wakes up, one of her sources who helped her with the story is lying dead in front of her, bloodied
Oh,
up.
crap.
And there's a gun in her hand, and there's a shadowy figure. The shadowy figure,
Oh, she's been
says-
framed.
yeah. And the shadowy figure is like, shoot me, kill me. And Julie's really confused. And the shadowy figure gives her a choice. In this situation, what is she gonna do? Is she gonna shoot and protect herself, or refuse to shoot? If you refuse to shoot, it's a game over. The shadowy figure says, I'm disappointed, and kills Julie. Done. Game over. If Julie shoots, the shadowy figure comes behind her, and the shadowy figure embraces her. The shadowy figure is a La Sombra clan. The La Sombra, they're one of the most rare and mysterious clans of vampires. They're literally shadowy beings. They're literally like beings of shadow who can
Just like the moniker
transform
Shadows of
shadow.
New York.
Yeah,
Yeah.
hence why it's called Shadows of New York.
What's
And
their flaw?
their flaw? They cannot see their reflections in the mirror. All they see is a haze, a blur. So they never know what they truly look like after they become embraced. If they, even on camera footage, you see a blur.
Can't see.
They can't even appear on camera footage.
Can
if
someone
they-
try to draw them?
Yeah, people can draw them. In fact, a lot of ancient La Sombra, for that reason, they would hire the best portrait artists to draw them, because they can never know what they look like now, and some of them go mad because of that. And also, their other bane is they start to know, because they're one with the shadows, they start to notice dead spirits talking to them, sometimes like a sort of weird schizophrenia. But these are actual dead spirits of people communicating with them. And also, you've only heard of two groups so far, the Anarch and the Camarilla. There's a third group called the Sabbat. Sabbat don't care about the Masquerade. They believe that humans should be serving vampires, and they are evil people for all purposes. La Sombra used to be, majority of La Sombra, for the most part, they used to be part of the Sabbat. And then a schism happened. The La Sombra, half of the La Sombra broke off and they want to join the Camarilla. The other half want to remain with the Sabbat, and it turned into a civil war. Julie is basically a newly embraced La Sombra, and she's part of a little contract. Her sire, as for joining the Camarilla, they could only join under one condition. For every new La Sombra, they have to kill an old La Sombra. Julie is basically one of the new La Sombra, created as part of this contract.
So she has to kill the old La Sombra.
Nope.
Oh.
Somebody has to kill it. Her sire, older La Sombra, she's just embraced as part of a contract. If we make new La Sombra, we have to kill some of the old ones.
Okay.
And she's basically thrown in to this whole mix, and she's basically treated like a child, because one, she's La Sombra. Nobody likes La Sombra. People hate them.
Yeah.
So she's a vampire, and also nobody really likes her. She's basically used as a straight up errand girl.
Yeah.
Her job is basically to be immigration officer. When a new vampire comes to town, she has to ask them, who are you? What's your name? How long are you in town for? Where are you going to be staying?
Papers, please.
Now here's the thing. If any important vampire comes to the city, they don't need to... They can easily just call the prince. They can easily just call the prince and tell them, hey, I'm in town, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
And she quickly realizes her job is for lesser, weaker, not so powerful vampires.
Yeah.
And also, she doesn't even have her own office. She has to meet them at a shitty fast food joint.
Oh, so it's not even formal. It's just like she's just collecting intel for some shitty
Not even
organization.
collecting. Nope, she's not even collecting intel. She's literally. Imagine you have an office, and you have somebody, a new intern, but there's really nothing for that intern to do. So you tell that intern, just copy these notes down, and it literally serves no purpose.
I see.
And Julie
Okay.
realizes she literally has no
Just-
purpose.
yeah.
Her whole job is literally just a formality because the contract between the La Sombra and the Camarilla. So that's the premise.
That's I mean, that's kind of an interesting start. I don't know if I'm completely sold, but I'm definitely excited to see what's
And
gonna
then she
happen.
has to
with
investigate a
Camarilla.
murder. And then she has to investigate a murder.
Okay, now I'm interested.
And the murder is from a major character from Coteries of New York.
Oh shit! Please don't let it be D'Angelo. The guy is cool, man. Like, don't kill him off. Kill Agathon, okay? That guy didn't give me the time of day. But yo, we've been streaming for about almost 5 hours now.
Yeah.
I think it's time to call it. I am really grateful for everyone that came to see us in the stream, and for anyone that's listening in on the VOD. Again, we will post this on our YouTube. I'll put the link is in the description of this video. Will be, and it's also in the description of older videos. So if you want to go check out our YouTube and subscribe, that'd be great. But yeah, that's where we're gonna keep the old VOD so that you guys can go
Kitsune,
see it.
you should know Quasar by now. If she fails at something, it's not her fault. It's because that person sucked.
Hey,
She pissed
what do
off
you
Agathon.
mean? I didn't do anything. He just didn't like me. It's
She
not
was
my fault.
told, Tremere, value obedience. Listen to Agathon, defer to him in all matters. She didn't. And then Agathon
Oof.
told her, try to get us into the VIP room. She failed. And then inside, Agathon said, I'm doing a ritual. Make sure I'm not disturbed. She let him be disturbed. And then now it's Agathon's fault, so fuck that guy, am I right? And,
hey,
and also,
Agathon hate
you
is
said
justified in
you
my
said he
head.
can go and die, right?
I didn't. Well, I said he should be the one that dies, but yeah. I didn't say he should go and die. That's different. Why? Why? What were you gonna say?
You know, sometimes when you
Right.
make a really bad joke and then you get really sad and you hope that doesn't come true.
Don't
just
tell
gonna
me
leave
it's Agathon.
I'm just
Oh
gonna
my
leave it at
God.
that. I'm just gonna leave it at that.
I'm not gonna feel bad for him. No, nuh-uh, nope. He completely cut me off. I'm not gonna feel bad. I'm gonna go.
It's because of your
do
fault.
it.
And he actually had a
But-
very interesting. He actually had a very interesting quest line. The person he was
Okay.
searching for is his sister, Juno. It's one of his fellow Tremere sisters.
Okay, well, don't ruin it for other people who want to play those storylines just because I didn't finish it. Oh yeah, for the D'Angelo storyline, do I ever get to meet Kadir in his storyline or no?
Nah,
Okay.
that whole thing of your whole idea of I can get close to Qadir. Nah, he just happened to love Qadir.
Damn it. All right, well, whatever. That fell through.
You're kind of, if anything, everything you wish for getting close to Qadir, Qadir's literally a mentor to Julie in Shadows of New York.
Oh,
He's literally her
awesome.
mentor. They have like an older
Awesome.
brother, younger sister relationship.
That's cool. That's cool. Yeah, and Julie seems interesting as a character. Like she looks cool right now as I'm looking at the image. But yeah, going back to our sort of outro. Wait, don't ruin it. Also, what are the other endings? Sorry.
Yeah, she can't make up her mind.
I'm a contrarian, even though I couldn't say the word properly for the first.
It's more like you
when we read
change
it.
your mind at the last second.
That is whatever. Anyways, going back to the outro, we will configure the suggestion box so that you guys can suggest to us any game you want us to play next. I personally think that Revan should be the main character for the next game, whatever that may be. But I do want to come back and play Shadows of New York.
I
So,
personally
Rev-
think we should finish this because if we could
it's
take a
a
break and come back to
saga.
this, it's a saga. It's like you play Mass Effect 1. You should, if you're a streamer, you should play Mass Effect 1 and then go straight to Mass Effect 2. If you take a break, your audience, they might forget crucial things. We might as
That's
well
true.
continue.
That's true. Okay.
You might forget crucial things, and I mean, I don't mind
I
reminding
mean, I
you.
definitely will. My memory's not that great. But so we'll have a discussion about it, Evan and I, offline, and we'll take in your suggestions, and then we will get back to you soon. And Court, thank you so much, Kitsune,
Thank
for
you,
hanging
Kitsune.
out with us. We really appreciate you, really. And I can't wait to see you later this weekend. It's gonna be great. We have a whole really awesome weekend planned for D&D and stuff. So yeah, anyways, thank you again for everyone for joining us, and leave your suggestions in the suggestion box once we fixed it. And yeah, if you have any comments or anything else at all that you want to tell us with the stream, like how we can make it better, how we can how you think that we can reach out to more people, that kind of thing, definitely leave it in the comments in the suggestion box, and also comments on YouTube. Thank you again, and see you next time on the Hollow Tesseract.
See you next time. Good night and good luck.